LaSalle Model United Nations Community presents FORSEA, ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 organized by the LaSalle University's first International Central Committee in partnership with Southeast Asia Global Affairs Network, co-hosted by ASEAN Youth Advocates Network. De La Salle University, through the De La Salle Model United Nations Community, presents FORSEA, ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 organized by De La Salle University's first International Central Committee, in partnership with Southeast Asia Global Affairs Network, co-hosted by ASEAN Youth Advocates Network. FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 features Workforce Singapore. FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 would like to thank the following sponsors. Our co-presenter, Deloitte. Make an impact that matters. Super Cheetah. And Dev Curate. Our major sponsors. Launch Garage Innovation Hub. Startup Acceleration by Founders for Founders. Philippine Digital Asset Exchange Incorporated. Garma Farm Incorporated, keeping it natural. CodeGo. Ahead Learning Systems Incorporated. Thrive Project, measuring what matters most. Global Millennial Group, be borderless. And Dream Action, integrated AI-powered human capital solutions for predictive self-assessments and recruitment solutions. Our diamond sponsor, Workbank. Let's invest in you. Our platinum sponsors, Caronia. And Morning Clothing. Our emerald sponsor, Gardenia. Zalora Philippines. And Salties, your printing partner since 2011. This event is also powered by Keen Studios. And brought to you by Wicked Candles. We would also like to thank our media sponsors, Business World's Spark, U.ph, Tech Kuya, and Astig.ph. FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 would also not be possible with our partners. Our Ruby partner, European Studies Association. Our gold partners, CPU College of Arts and Science Provincial Council, Qualified.ph, Filipinos Career Accelerator, Sanbeda Junior Marketing Association. Bida Juan PH, UNSW ASEAN Society, Transcend, Inglicom, Lasallian Youth Orchestra, Management of Financial Institutions Association. Student Catholic Action, DLSU, Online SDG Youth Action Forum, DLSU Chorale, Humanitarian Legal Assistance Foundation. and DLSU Office of Career and Counseling Services. Our silver partners: Bicol University Order of the Blue Feather Society, Model United Nations UP Diliman, Bicol University United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization Club, Kilos Co-Youth, Ateneo Project for Asian and International Relations, and Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers de La Salle University, Dasmariñas Student Chapter. Our bronze partners: DLSU IS History Club, UST Industrial Engineering Circle, Animo Model United Nation, De La Salle University, Dasmariñas College of Engineering, Architecture, and Technology Student Government, and FAST 2020. UPLB College of Arts and Science Student Council, UP Business Management Society, De La Salle University Dasmariñas College of Liberal Arts and Communication Student Government, University of Asia and Pacific Local, UPLB College of Arts and Science Freshman Council. Paglikha Project, the Ateneo Assembly, Charisma Movement, Polytechnic University of the Philippines International Studies Executive Consortium, Kabataang Voluntario, and Physics Society Adamson University.
Global Millennial Group hadir untuk membantu kalian. Membantu kalian yang merasa bahwa sekolah, kuliah, pendidikan formal nggak pernah cukup bagi kalian. Kami menyediakan platform-platform di mana kalian bisa bertemu dengan orang-orang yang sama, konferensi, summit, competition, kelas-kelas soft skill, dan lain sebagainya. We are a one-stop soft development solution. Contohnya Global Millennial MUN. Di sana kalian bisa belajar negosiasi, diplomasi, bertemu dari seluruh penjuru dunia. Wonder Voices, kalau kalian ingin fokus untuk memperkuat public speaking kalian. Indonesian SDG Summit, ketika kalian diminta untuk melihat dunia lebih dalam bahwa kita sedang tidak baik-baik saja dan memberikan solusi kalian. Atau di Global Indonesia, ketika kalian ingin menggebrak batas diri kalian dan menjadi pemuda yang go internasional.
I'm Urshia Kalicha and I have been a student of Wonder Voice Speech School.
Hi, this is Maika Arora.
Hello everyone, my name is Jocelyn and I participated in the GMMUN.
I'm Nika Villanueva, a country ambassador of Global Millennial Group for the Philippines.
Hi everyone, my name is Nidafar. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Tajikistan.
I'm not gonna lie to you, my experience at Wonder Voice has been one of the best experiences of my life.
I found some really great connections here. I got the chance to lead a global team and conduct events internationally.
And from that previous conference I joined, I gained so many friends. They were all funny and nice, and it also helps my public speaking skills.
It is a journey combined of challenges and experiences that will make you put a check off your bucket list.
During my internship, I gained a lot of valuable skills and experience. It was my greatest pleasure to work with high-motivated Indonesian youth with diverse background and mindset.
Masih banyak lagi yang bisa kalian ikuti. Solusinya sudah ada. Sekarang, pertanyaannya adalah diri kalian. Kalian tidak perlu untuk menunggu menjadi orang paling pintar, paling cerdas, paling hebat. Tidak. Zig Ziglar, seorang penulis Amerika, pernah berkata, "You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great." Kalianlah yang harus mulai and make yourself borderless.
This is the story of Dea. In a few months, she'll graduate and make a big decision, choosing a major. But which one? Should she be a graphic designer? An accountant? You know what? She decides to find out for sure what she really loves doing. Right, here we go. So, from her personality and interests, her dream job is to be a developer. Ah, that's right. That's where her passion really is. Now it's clear what she should study. Computer science. So, she sends her uni application, confident in her choice. This is Dea. In a few months, she'll graduate and make another big decision. Her first job ever. But where? Alright, let's find out which company is right for her. Okay, let's see. So, from her personality and working style, it's a match. This company is a perfect fit for her adventurous personality. Her psych profile is also fit for a developer, so she knows it's the right one for her. This is the story of Dea and her dream job, doing what she loves. Discover the right career for you with Dream Talent. Go to dreamtalent.id and discover your dream career.
Whether you're off to work, on the road, or out under the sun, always have the confidence to be what you want. Play, work out, have fun. Because there's always a Caronia color to match every Filipino woman. So keep it fresh. Keep it vibrant. Keep it colorful. Celebrating 50 colorful years with Caronia.
ASEAN Youth Career Summit, hosted by the De La Salle Model United Nations community. First and foremost, let's introduce ourselves to our wonderful participants and our esteemed speakers. I am Theo.
And I am Rush, and we will be your hosts for today. We have a lot in store for you and hope that you're thrilled for the presentations that we have prepared, as well as to meet the distinctive keynote speakers that we have invited to officially open ICE with us.
Before anything else, here is Carlos Valondo, Team Head for Delegate Relations of the ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021, to read us the netiquettes for today's event.
Good day to our delegates from all over Southeast Asia. We are also excited for everyone to have everyone on board for the FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021. But before we begin, please be reminded of the following netiquettes. Kindly make sure to turn your microphones off to avoid any form of interruption. Kindly fill out the general attendance log sheet or GALS through the link provided in the Zoom chat box or the QR code flashed on the screen. Please observe proper online decorum at all times. The event will be recorded for documentation purposes and live streamed via Facebook Live and on our official Facebook page and that of co-hosts and our co-partners. All relevant questions directed to the speakers will be specifically accommodated during open forums. Hence, please avoid sending them through the Zoom chat box at an unreasonable time. Thank you, everyone. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the summit. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Carlos. Now, to formally begin, we would like to invite our beloved President of De La Salle Model United Nations Community to give us her welcoming remarks. I would like to yield the floor to Ms. Erica Elaine Arcega.
Thank you for that, Rosh. A very pleasant day to all, wherever you may be. Thank you for being with us today, from our esteemed guest speakers who recognize the importance of this event, and our dear delegates who have taken interest and decided to join us today in ICE. We extend our warmest welcome. On behalf of my organization, the De La Salle Model United Nations Community, and the ASEAN Youth Career Summit Central Committee, I sincerely thank and acknowledge every one of you who decided to join and make this event a grand success. Our brother President, Bernard Oca, His Excellency Kung Fo, Ms. Rosana Lianado, Mr. Brandon Lee, Mr. Anas Ali, Ms. Glo Ann Guevara, the rest of the DLSU community, and our cherished delegates. Trust us when we say that all of this would have been just a dream if not for your interest and curiosity. Today, I would like to point your attention to our precious Central Committee. Last January, 2 members of our organization, who did not even hold an executive position, pitched to me an idea. As its president, I felt that it was my duty to listen to what they had in mind, and am I glad that I did. These 2 individuals had a vision, and this vision, through their initiative and the organization providing them a platform, became a reality. They managed to gather individuals hailing from different backgrounds and came together in the spirit of diplomacy and professionalism to pursue one common goal, and that is ICE. ICE is more than just a career summit. It is a symbol of establishing relationships and transcending barriers in bringing people of the Southeast Asian region together for opportunities of growth in both the micro and macro level, establishing good relations and promoting cultural growth amid the ongoing challenges that this pandemic poses. ICE is intended to be that platform that recognizes the potential of us students to contributing better to society as citizens of one region. And just like the university that houses this event, the De La Salle University, we dare say that it intends to help you begin your future here. With that, once again, I extend my warmest welcome and hope that everyone present here finds themselves having fun throughout the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erica, for the warm remark. Your speech was definitely something for the delegates, given that amidst the pandemic, in this very event, they can exercise their diplomatic rights as well as converse with others.
Thank you for that, Rosh. But wait, it's raffle time. Here's what you need to know to be part of our raffle and win exciting prizes. First, like our official page and follow our official Instagram. Second, post about your participation as a delegate online through Facebook or IG feed or IG story. Next, tag DLSU ASEAN Youth Career Summit at DLSU ICE on our Facebook page. Get a chance to be one of the 5 winners of Australian company Super Chido's career consultation. Now, before we formally proceed with the program, may we ask everyone to join us in our interfaith prayer to be led by Greg Senior, Lintu Kataik, and Alif Halimi of Student Catholic Action.
Let us mark ourselves in the sign of our salvation. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear Lord, great is this day you have given us to gather united under one banner. From across the Southeast Asian continent, stand before you the leaders of tomorrow. Together, they will usher in a new wave of development in line with your great plan for all of us. Lord, today grant us all clarity of mind and benevolent spirit to solve the many economic, political, and social problems that plague our nations. Bless the speakers and panelists that they may preach from the heart to inspire and impart wisdom. May you open opportunities for us all to make new friends, debate, share ideas, and set hearts ablaze for the love of one ASEAN community. This we ask in your name. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, Holy Spirit. Amen.
صلي فرض الصبح ركعتين أداء لله تعالى. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
We are a link in Nvidia's golden chain of love that stretches around the world. We will keep our link bright and strong. We will be kind and gentle to every living thing and protect all who are weaker than ourselves. We will think pure and beautiful thoughts, say pure and beautiful words, and do pure and beautiful deeds. May every link in Nvidia's chain of love be bright and strong, and may we all attain perfect peace. May all beings have happiness and their causes of happiness. May all be free from sorrow and the causes of sorrow. May all never be separated from the scared happiness, which is sorrowless. And may all live in equanimity without too much attachment or too much aversion, and live believing in the equality of all that lives. Midaba.
Our Lasallian prayer. I will continue, O my God, to do all my actions for the love of you. Saint John Baptist de La Salle, pray for us. Live Jesus in our hearts forever. Thank you so much to Student Catholic Action for that wonderful prayer. Again, here are the guidelines for a raffle in case you missed them a while ago. First is like our official page and follow our official Instagram. Post about your participation as a delegate online through FB or IG story or your feed, and tag at DLSUI on our Facebook page. Get a chance to be one of the 5 winners of Australian company Super Chido Career Consultation.
Moving forward, we will now call on the DLSU chorale to sing the Philippine National Anthem,
ASEAN Youth Career
followed
Summit
by the
2021
ASEAN
organized by De La
Anthem.
Salle University's first International Central Committee in partnership with Southeast Asia Global Affairs Network. Hosted by ASEAN Youth Advocates
sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baka, may dilagang tula at awit sa pagkayang hinamaan. Ang isap ng mga at mo'y tagumpay na nabinilig, ang bituin na araw na kailan pa may magdidilig. Lupa ng araw ng malaking pagsita, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang hinihaya na ang mga tayo ng
Thank you, DLSU Coral. Proceeding with our event, may we call on Ryan Go, Pat Bornonuevo, and JP Organa to introduce our distinguished keynote speakers.
Thank you so much, Theo and Rosh. Featuring a powerhouse of our very own De La Salle University president and former chancellor, Brother Bernard Oca, FSC.
Featuring His Excellency Mr. Kung Fo Fa of the ASEAN.
Next up, let us give a warm round of applause to Ms. Rosana Leonardo, President of AHEAD Learning Systems, recipient of the 2020 ASEAN Business Awards, Entrepreneur of the Year 2020 Asian CEO Award Circle of Excellence, recipient in 2019 World Women Leadership Congress Awards, Asia's Women Leaders, and recipient in 2016 Go Negocios Inspiring Filipina Entrepreneurs in Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship.
And last but not the least, we have Mr. Brandon Lee, Group Director for the Transformation Support Group of Workforce Singapore, the former Chief Executive, the Council for Private Education, former Director General of Skills Future Singapore, and took up Masters in Business Administration at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Sloan School of Management.
What an amazing lineup. By the way, if you haven't signed in yet, please confirm your attendance by signing the general attendance log sheet or the GAL sheet through the link sent in the chat box. At this point, let us all welcome the president of our host university, De La Salle University, Manila, Brother Bernard Oca, for his keynote address.
His Excellency Kung Fock, Deputy Secretary General for Sociocultural Community ASEAN, Mr. Brandon Lee, Group Director, Workforce Singapore, Ms. Rosana Leonardo, President, AHEAD Learning Systems. I'd especially like to recognize the presence of His Highness Tunku Zain Al-Abidin Ibn Tuanku Muris, founding president of the Institute of Democracy and Economic Affairs, who shall be at the Global Affairs Panel Forum later. Partners and participants to the ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021, good afternoon, and thank you for your kind invitation. I'm especially happy to be at events such as these that provide our youth an initiation into some hard truths that we in higher education have had to grapple with for years, like automation, artificial intelligence, bio and nanotechnology, and now, once in a century, pandemic rebooting our world. Here are some news articles from recent years that may interest those of you who are about to graduate and about to embark upon your careers. I'm showing you actual screenshots because these headlines seem difficult to believe, let alone act upon, especially for many of you who imagine that a straight path from college to a high-paying white-collar job is somehow still guaranteed by a diploma or a board exam result. It was 20 years ago when we were first warned about the disruptive forces of globalization and internationalization of skilled labor, how they would soon place pressure on higher education institutions to ensure that degrees could be made more comparable. Universities all over the world, including those in ASEAN, responded by reformulating degree programs so that they became more outcomes-based, only to find out, as we can see from these headlines, that four-year degrees themselves may soon diminish in value and become irrelevant. This recent graphic from the ASEAN Post helps concretize what the so-called Fourth Industrial Revolution might mean to university students today. It lists some pretty unusual jobs of the future, all of which are driven by current needs and technological developments. Do you notice anything? No degrees of this sort exist in most universities today. No high school student is presently able to choose any of these as a major. What do all these mean for careers in the 21st century? Let me offer a couple of insights just to get our discussion started. First, we will all have to commit to lifelong learning. Lifelong learning will have to be more than a buzzword to students, universities, and industry. As Michelle Weiss points out in her book published earlier this year, it is highly unlikely that 2, 4, or even 6 years of front-loaded college education can prepare an individual for what will likely be a future of 60-year work life, marked by as many as 12 job changes. New competencies will surely be required, and a good number of them take longer than even 4 years to develop. To thrive in this rapidly changing labor market, we must be willing to participate in virtuous learn, earn cycles in which we develop competencies and qualifications, say through micro-certifications from shorter periods of study, as our career paths reveal what are needed next. To universities like DLSU, this may spell the end of the concept of alumni or old girl or old boy, in the sense that in this scenario, nobody ever really stops being a student. Individuals will literally become lifelong learners, entering, leaving, and ever returning to more porous or permeable universities. Maybe some of you are familiar with this story or have seen this video I'd like to share. It contains a timeless reminder of how to survive and thrive in a VUCA world, a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world.
Empty your cup. A young swordsman went to visit a master samurai to further his studies. The young swordsman went on and on, telling the master about all the countries he's traveled to, all the schools he's been to, and how he's trained with the greatest masters all over the world. The master then invited him for tea and started pouring into the cup of the young swordsman, all the while the young man telling stories of the techniques that he's learned. The cup began to overflow and started to spill on the table. The young swordsman, surprised, said, "Stop, stop, it's already full, what are you doing?" The master then said, "This cup is like you, already full of preconceived ideas and prejudices. If you want me to teach you, you must first empty your cup." Emptying your cup as in opening your mind to new ideas or a new way of doing something, putting our ego aside and becoming a beginner again. That way we can be fully open to receive whatever someone is teaching us, and we won't be hindered by our past experiences or beliefs. One of the most valuable things my coaches once told me was, when someone is telling you something you already know, stop saying, "I know," because it might stop that person from telling you the one thing you didn't. That person may say 10 things you already knew, but if you wait and listen, he might tell you one thing that you didn't know. And if you want to be the best at something, that one thing could be very valuable. So keep an open mind. Briefly suspend your preconceptions and beliefs and be open to listen. Once you've done that, then you have fully emptied your cup.
Next, we in higher education will have to gather the courage to really take interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary programs seriously and rethink traditional degrees, even majors and specializations, in favor perhaps of so-called challenge-based or problem-based programs. At DLSU, this is what we envision for our Laguna campus in the next few years. A challenge or problem-based program differs from the traditional undergraduate offerings in almost every respect. In a typical bachelor's degree program, students are recruited mainly on academic aptitude. They are sent through a fixed curriculum built around the canons of a discipline and assessed mostly by exams and research outputs. Challenge-based or project-based experiential modality learning, particularly as it has been practiced at the Tec de Monterrey in Mexico and SMUX in Singapore, departs from each of these practices. For a start, students would be recruited based on their desire and ability to learn by doing, that is, designing and building. Course of study would be organized not around a standard curriculum, but a large unresolved social problem that the student chooses to work on with advice from an assigned mentor. The magnitude of the challenge would require interdisciplinary expertise so that students will have to map out a path to developing their needed competencies. The curriculum will need to allow maximum flexibility and customization. It is likely that courses will be modular by default, facilitating just-in-time learning with mentoring as the primary form of interaction rather than lecturing or mass instruction. Nevertheless, needless to say, professors remain experts, but this does not guarantee the existence of solutions. Instead, students will be trained to document, reflect upon, and share what they have learned. By the end, students shall have mastered their designing and building skills, not just passively accumulated academic knowledge. Maybe at a time when workload, stress, anxiety, and alienation have afflicted students, this new way of learning could provide the source of deep engagement that might make one's work at university more salient and meaningful. There is no doubt that challenge-based learning or project-based experiential learning will require significant investments in training and assessments and student recruitment, in cultivating partnerships, and of course, in ensuring compliance with the higher ed regulators. Students themselves will have to reorient their expectations about what happens inside and outside class, as well as what to expect from their professors. They'll surely have to rethink what real learning looks like. Hint, it may be more than listening, taking notes, passing final exams, and making the dean's list. But if we get it right, the impact on higher education and society would be considerable. It would more closely link learning, innovation, and social engagement, so that classes might no longer be viewed as impractical or irrelevant to the real world. At its best, CBL, experiential and active learning, would serve as an incubator for solutions, technologies, and systems that might be first deployed within a campus, observed by stakeholders for adoption, say by cities and local governments, then possibly scaled up for national implementation. We have been doing this for some years now at our Laguna campus under the so-called CACICO Innovative Framework, or Campus, City, Country. I must close by recalling our whys. It is important to do so because a career is more than just a first job. The Dalai Lama once mused about the irony of modern humanity. We sacrifice our health to make money, then we sacrifice money to recover our health. We are so anxious about the future that we do not live the present. The result is that we do not live in either the present or the future. We live as though we are never going to die, and then when we die, having never really lived. As a Lasallian institution at ELSU, we have staked our future on three enduring values: a spirit of faith that believes a loving God is ever present in our lives, whose grace overflows and equips us each with a zeal for service, especially towards those who are marginalized, who are the least, the lost, and the last in our society, and whose image is borne by everyone around us, uniting us in a blessed communion in mission. Our core values were made for crises. They were made for a disrupted world. I urge you to preserve them, to test them, and to joyfully assert them in your lives and in your work. Our founder, St. John Baptist de La Salle, had a favorite prayer: Domine opus tuum. Lord, the work is yours. May you all find the gift you were meant to give the world, and may your offering cause others to flourish. Thank you, good afternoon, and have a very successful summit.
Thank you so much, Brother Bernard. I really loved your speech. I really like how you highlighted, as someone who's president of our dear and beloved university, the challenges that the future holds. I especially love how you pointed out how we need to adapt to the jobs of the future and how most likely will be detached from the traditional 4-year undergraduate programs towards more challenge-based learning and specifically on lifelong learning. I really love that principle because I've always believed, even with graduate studies or postgraduate studies, that someone can really never stop learning. It's a process that continues all throughout life. And lastly, I just really want to thank you for pointing out the Lasallian mission, which is what we're all here for. And once we integrate our mission with the contemporary means to adapt to the future, I think we can truly make a change in our society. Once again, thank you, Brother Bernard.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Bernard, and thank you, Theo, for your remarks. Now, let's move on. Our next keynote speaker for our launch and His Excellency, Kung Fok. Let us all welcome him with a round of applause.
Distinguished guests, speakers, and youth delegates, it is my pleasure to join you virtually at the launch of the ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the La Salle University for leading the convening of this event despite the challenges and difficulties caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. This summit lays testament to your commitment to pursue important causes and be adaptive. I also thank the sponsor and youth partner for supporting platforms like this that train and empower the youth to undertake worthy initiative, build leadership skills, and prepare for their future roles in society. The pandemic has disrupted the way we interact, learn, and work in many ways. This has brought about various changes on the labor markets. Therefore, young people around the world have been struggling to keep their jobs and navigate the early career. ASEAN Youth is not immune to this. As ASEAN aims to build back better together, the theme of this event, Youth Entering the Workforce, is indeed timely and relevant to the region's efforts toward post-pandemic recovery. In this regard, I will be mostly sharing my thought on 3 points. First, COVID-19 and the acceleration of digital transformations. Second, human resources development. And lastly, youth employment and opportunities. First, I will start with COVID-19 and the acceleration of digitalizations in ASEAN. The glaring mismatch between labor market demand and the skills available have been a persistent challenge for ASEAN, even prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Skill gaps threaten to become even wider as the fourth industrial revolution transforms businesses and jobs faster than workers can adapt. Despite these dire circumstances, there are opportunities for growth. In April 2020, Microsoft reported that they have witnessed 2 years' worth of digital transformations done only in a couple of months. It shows that the pandemic has accelerated the speed and impact of fourth industrial revolution as we start to rely more on the utilization of technologies in our daily lives. However, we must be aware of the fact that ASEAN is a diverse region with different levels of development among its member states. The pre-existing digital divide is something that ASEAN should not overlook amid this acceleration of digital transformations. The disparity of access to digital infrastructure is not only among member states, but also among geographical areas within some member states and also among the youth groups. ASEAN approach to closing this gap is by working together between the public and private sectors in the development of accessible and affordable digital infrastructures. ASEAN governments continue to promote the participation of private sector in developing and investing in digital infrastructures to create ecosystem that is conducive for digital infrastructure service providers to expand and grow. Second, on human resources development in ASEAN, preparing our future leaders and workforce for the impact of the fourth industrial revolution and other forms of disruption is a prerequisite for ASEAN future adaptability and resilience. In June 2020, at the 36th ASEAN Summit, ASEAN leaders reiterated their commitment to equip ASEAN human resources with competencies that will allow them to become future ready through the adoption of the ASEAN Declarations on Human Resources Development in the Changing World of Work in its roadmap. Developing human resources who are equipped with the right skills demanded by the labor market is a vital element of economic growth and productivity. In line with this commitment, the ASEAN youth sector agreed to foster future-ready ASEAN youth by fostering 21st century skills and digital skills, and the institutionalizations of youth engagement mechanisms, including in the region policy discourse. Distinguished delegates, our region is blessed with 223 million young people aged between 15 and 35 years. Millennials and Generation Zs, like some of our delegates here, are greatly impacted by digitalization, being the most exposed to technological advancement and the rapid flow of informations. To keep up with such pace, ASEAN roadmap on human resources development includes responsive action pertaining to promotion of IT infrastructure, innovation, and the use of technology in teaching and learning approaches, among others. To this end, we need new approaches or adaptation of the existing measure in teachings and learning. Last August, in the light of Brunei Darussalam ASEAN Chairmanship, more than 50 young leaders from across ASEAN gathered at the 11 ASEAN Youth Forums to have a dialogue with the ASEAN Youth Ministers of Brunei Darussalam and Cambodia as the incoming ASEAN Chair, as well as the Secretary General of ASEAN. Together, the youth delegate had an interactive session to discuss various issues, including inclusive education and skill development in the context of COVID-19, remote and cross-border employment, and sport as employment opportunity. Throughout the dialogue, it is well observed that the youth of ASEAN are deeply concerned in determining the career paths they wish to take in the future that is full of uncertainty. The ASEAN labor sector has completed a study on managing technology's implications for work, workers, and employment relationship in ASEAN, which provides an overview on the changing labor markets in the region and technology trends in the world of work, especially the automations of routine jobs, increasing skill requirements, and emerging of platform economies. The study report illustrates lessons learned from regulatory responses of ASEAN member states to ensure welfare of workers and decent working conditions in the non-standard form of employment. It is about time for stakeholders across ASEAN to take part in actively introducing the many options for livelihood that we have nowadays to our youth, including those in the gig economy and entrepreneurship. Lastly, I would like to highlight that ASEAN endeavor to address inequality in education, employment, and entrepreneurship. Last year, ASEAN conducted a rapid regional assessment to assess the extent of impact of COVID-19 on labor, social welfare, and other sectors to support the member state in responding to this crisis. The assessment shed light to some critical issues in education surrounding equity, quality, and efficiencies. The online education due to COVID-19 has also revealed a digital divide in ASEAN between those who have access to digital learning opportunities and those that do not, often in remote areas. In this regard, the ASEAN UNICEF high-level meeting on digital transformations of education system was convened last year to highlight the role of digital technologies and the growing urgency to promote digital literacy and transferable skills across ASEAN education system. Also last year in 2020 at the 37 ASEAN Summit, ASEAN leader adopted the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework and its implementation plan with priority attentions, among others, on women, people with disability, people in rural areas, and youth. This framework will guide ASEAN toward better cross-sectoral coordination to build back better. Under the comprehensive framework, ASEAN commits to connect our youth potential with the digital momentum in post-pandemic. I'm pleased to share with you that ASEAN just launched the Go Digital ASEAN initiative, collaborating with Google and the Asia Foundation. This initiative has equipped around 200,000 persons with undeserved communities, including unemployed or underemployed youth, among others, with key ICT skills to benefit from digital economy opportunities. The recovery framework also planned initiative to adapt technical and vocational education training and higher education curricula to answer the changing labor demand in post-pandemic, enabling the youth to access wider job opportunities. As for supporting the youth in launching their own businesses in post-COVID era, among the important lessons learned during the COVID-19 is that informal businesses have been adversely impacted. Due to their structural traits, these informal businesses are not able to access supporting measure, relief packages, and social security benefits. These were issues observed even before the pandemic hits and has become even more pronounced during the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, after the pandemic, we need to intensify efforts to make business registration easier. This is to encourage the formation of new businesses that are properly registered. I'm glad to inform you that in 2016, the ASEAN Economic Community established the work program on starting a business. This framework aims to consolidate the region's effort toward streamlining business registration process in ASEAN member state to facilitate business startups, including those led by the youth. On my part and that of the speaker who take part in this career summit, I appeal to the region youth to be at the heart of rebuilding ASEAN post-pandemic future. Going forward, I encourage all stakeholders to work closely with ASEAN youth to build back better in the region. To the youth delegate, the key message is the post-COVID future of ASEAN rests on young people like yourself. So we must remain steadfast in supporting the development of ASEAN human resources and building the enabling ecosystem in the face of various adversity. I hope that you can seize the opportunities that lie ahead of you for the betterment of yourself, your communities, and ASEAN, and you need to take full advantage of this summit by learning, connect, engage, and share. I also encourage you to take this time to reflect upon how we can work better together to reinforce regional cooperation and youth development. To conclude my speech, I would like to commend the LaSalle Modo United Nations Communities and youth partner for showing us your youthful spirit and a great manifestations of what ASEAN youth resilient is amid the COVID-19 pandemic. I wish this event every success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary General Kongfok. I do agree that due to ASEAN's diversity, we are able to cooperate, which would help in empowering the youth and addressing inequality amidst the pandemic. As we near the future, it is important that we must be able to engage in conversation and cooperate with each other to achieve our goals within the regional and global stage.
Wow, we're just halfway through our keynote speeches, yet the inspiration and support we've been getting is already overwhelming. With that, our next keynote speaker, Ms. Rosana Linado, will now be taking the virtual stage. Welcome, Ms. Linado.
Esteemed guests, speakers, Brother Bernard Oka, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. Thank you to De La Salle University for inviting me to this well-organized and timely event for ASEAN youth. Congratulations for being able to invite top companies, embassies, and global affairs organizations in Southeast Asia and our Vice President Lenny Robredo. Doing this at the time of pandemic is really a big achievement. So I really congratulate you. So congratulations also to the attendees, and it is fortunate of you to listen to the many speakers in this conference. Are you afraid of what will happen to you when you start looking for a job? That's why you're here, right? Some of you may be thinking, how do I start my life in the pandemic? I can't even have a real graduation where people can see me up on stage after a grueling 4 years to 5 years in college. Or maybe some of you will think of how to party after graduation. Yes, it's really sad. But you don't have to see it that way. If you think about it, we are somehow lucky to be where we are now. We are safe and sound and well enough to be in this conference. This is not the first time that we will be in a problematic situation. We will, in the course of our lives, have a lot of negatives along with the positives in the ups and downs of life. But if you give up easily, I can say that you will really suffer and not be able to move to survive. It is just really a mindset. So today I'm going to share with you words that will help you coach yourself. Yes, really, just coach yourself. I'm only here for about 15 minutes, so it's best to understand how to coach yourself all your life so you can be successful in whatever journey you take. I believe that you know how to coach yourself already at this point. Diba? You know what to do, you know how to look for things, you know who to ask for. I'm just sharing this with you based on my experience as an entrepreneur and educator for more than 30 years. 30 years, yes. So today is our 26th year anniversary and ahead, and I'm very thankful that we're still alive. Anyway, you already know that what you need to compete to be a winner, but you see, you must be intentional in doing this. So if you're ready, I will already start. I will not explain all the details because you already know this. This is actually just a reminder for you, diba? So first, the most important thing you need to have is a short-term goal. Maybe this is just to graduate or even just to survive this pandemic. Then you must have a medium-term goal, let's say to prepare for a job or a business or anything you want to do. And then the long-term goal is what you really want to do in life, your final destination, or what you want people to think of when they think of you. Okay. Examples of goals can be visiting all major cities in the world, establishing a learning institution for disadvantaged youth, eradicating poverty, or just growing your family's business. Good goals must include others and help improve the world. So lagging with others, and I hope that you try to also improve the world. Whenever you feel discouraged and frustrated, remember your goals to give you energy. Begin with the end in mind. Then plan to get how to get there, how to get to your goals. You always have to have a compass so you know if you're going to the left or the right. There will be a lot of things that will happen, like for example, this pandemic. And sometimes you will go zigzagging, or sometimes you will go down or up or left and right. But it's okay as long as you're going towards your goal and not the other way around. So don't forget to include also in your goals all parts of your life when making plans, like your health, for example. Now we know how very important it is. Also include your relationships. Even if you are healthy and well off, you need good relationships to make life sweet. It would be helpful to find a mentor to guide you. For me, I have a dozen mentors. Take time to find your own mentors. At first, maybe they can be your parents or teachers or your counselors, or people you look up to, your uncle, anyone around you. Listen to the experience of those who already succeeded, but because not everything can be found in books. If you can find a mentor yet, then maybe you can just imagine your favorite and most admired person talking to you and advising you. For example, you have a problem. Imagine what would he say if I tell him this problem? Okay, and then listen to his advice. It's been effective to me so far. So, but you know, even if you have a mentor or mentors like me, I have a lot of mentors. The best person that can really mentor you or help you is yourself. You are with yourself 24 hours a day. You know more about yourself than anyone else. You care about yourself and you have time for yourself. So in the end, no one knows you as well as you do. No one can help you as much as you can help yourself. The best coach really is yourself, but you have to be intentional in doing this. Okay, so now let's go to the tips on how to journey to your goals. I like using my favorite letter A. They remind me to always do so. Of course, the first letter for a company is A. That's why that's my favorite. So these are the 8 things that will help you in your self-coaching. Okay, so the first letter A is alert. Be alert about what's happening to you and always check how it relates to your life and goals. For example, if you did not know that there was a seminar like this, then you would have missed out on the lessons that the experts here could have given to you. As for me, we did our best to prepare for the pandemic. So we were able to review students as usual for the very competitive entrance exams and boards on time. Immediately on March 2020, we're doing online review already. So that's because we are alert. We actually even prepared for the Taal volcano eruption. So we were so very ready for the pandemic, for the quarantine here in the Philippines. So the next A is adaptable. So I really like this word. It's being adaptable to different situations and not us waiting for the return of the normal. Don't wait for everything to become easy because it will not get easier. Don't fear change, welcome it. Remember that the only thing that must not change is change. I learned that 30 years ago. So just be adaptable and do something to use the environment, be ready for the environment that you have. Okay, so the next is agile. And since you know how to adapt, but you have to be fast in doing this. So time is of the essence. Be expeditious, be energetic, be excited, and immediately do what you need to do. If you need to dive into the unknown and explore different opportunities and overcome challenges, be fast, be ahead of the rest. And most importantly, remember this, the big don't eat the small, doesn't eat the small, but the fast eat the slow. Make yourself obsolete every day. So next is action oriented. The first 2 letters of goals are go. So go, go, go. No matter what others say, no matter what the conditions and environment is, just do it. Okay, next is be adept. Constantly improve yourself, find your gifts. My greatest mistake is focusing on my weaknesses. You see, when I was young, my grades were really high in science and math. And my English, well, it was only 83 or above average. So in college, I took up communication arts in UP Los Baños to make myself a better communicator, completely giving up on science and math, thinking to myself, I'm already good at those subjects anyway. So now the result is I'm not good at math, at science, and at English. So just focus on your strengths. The tip here is to spend 80% of your time honing your gifts, 15% working out your weaknesses, and 5% in finding others finding other gifts that you may have now you don't know, right? Okay, so your biggest mistake is believing that your natural gifts aren't good enough. Here is what I learned that made me successful. I did not buy a lot of bags, shoes, and clothes like my friends. Instead, I invested in myself. I attended a lot of seminars and workshops, and in fact, there was really rarely a week. There is rarely a week that I don't attend one. Even before the pandemic, now, especially now, because it's just online, it's easier to attend. I also went to a lot of vacations because I think that we learn a lot from learning at others what they do in other countries. So I also invested in so many many books. Even if I have, for example, for for leadership, I have dozens of books. So you know, do you remember that they said that it takes 10,000 words of practice to master something? So I think I have mastered leadership already because I read more than so much, really a lot of books. So now it's easier to learn because there are many more ways than just reading books. I learn from YouTube videos daily. I love watching talks, especially when scientists talk about normally complicated topics in just a few minutes. They summarize it in a few minutes. And the bonus is I don't have to travel and spend. And there are a lot of podcasts also, if that's your thing. And book summaries, which I like also. So try to always build yourself up. When you start working, learn hard during the first quarter. Work to learn. Diba? We think that we need to work to earn, but there's a difference in working to learn and working to earn. So my suggestion is that you first try to earn, to learn first in the first quarter after your graduation. And then work hard to apply those learnings in your second quarter. And then after that, you can enjoy life already and develop a proper work-life balance. Stay away from lazy and ambitious people. They tend to influence you and try to drag you down to their level. Remember that there are no perfect bosses, no perfect companies. Find yourself a good boss and work to learn. Go for small companies. You can get nearer and learn more from great bosses there than in big companies. You may be on the fence, but stay in your job for 3 years. Do not jump immediately after a year or less. Anything less than that is a lack of commitment to learning. Commitment is key to success. It is said that the grass is always greener at the other side of the fence, diba? But it may not be true all the time. Actually, we find that it's not true. There may be no free lunch, but take your boss to lunch and fish all his secrets to success. To be a winner, you have to look, feel, and think like a winner. Okay? Being adept helps you develop the confidence you need to win in life. Okay. Let's go to agreeable now. Okay? An optimistic person supports and welcomes new ideas, viewpoints, and various possibilities. Engage in more discussions. If you can't look at the bright side, you cannot be as successful because you will always have doubts. So I use agreeable lang instead of optimistic, but it's the same. Okay. Altruistic is my next A. So give to others, share what you have and what you know, your time, energy. It is a small world and we need to support each other. Success is meant to be shared. Okay. So also, lastly, ahead thinking. Obviously, this is my favorite word as my company is literally named Ahead Learning Systems. And all our companies are named Ahead. I'm sure many of you here were former students of Ahead. So, hello, former ahead students. So, what do you think of ahead thinking? Always think ahead, predict what will happen, what others are going to do about it, and most importantly, what you can do about it. When you're planning your career, always be plan ahead. Consider the state of companies and how they hire. Times change, so you should predict how companies will change in the next few years also. Consider their hiring process and find out how you can stand out. In the regional job market, ask yourself, what do Asian companies need? Meet their needs. Be sure to build your own solutions or join companies offering these solutions. Diba? Finding a need to give solution to is the key. What's your expectation? Some people think that they should be managers immediately because they were top of their class when they graduate. But you won't be manager in just 2 years. Don't worry, you will get there. Okay? So if you plan to strike out for yourselves as entrepreneurs, be ready to fail fast so you can restart again fast. Be sure to learn from failures. Working is a learning experience. It's even a better learning experience than going into the university. Again, being ahead thinking helps you build your winnability. Okay, so to build effective solutions, here are my suggestions. You can develop something that people need, or you can make existing products or services easier to use by making them cheaper or smaller or thinner or faster. That's how you innovate. You can make them better and more environmentally friendly, for example. You can do that. Or will it be easier to order from you, or will it be faster to get it from you? Will you have more colors or flavors? That's how you innovate. Okay, so most importantly, no matter where you are, contribute as if the company is yours. If you're an employee, make sure you contribute as if the company is yours. Your success is tied to that company. Again, to be successful, you have to be alert, adaptable, agile, action-oriented, adept, agreeable, altruistic, and ahead thinking. You really have all it takes to be successful. Just remember your goals, focus on strengths, and coach yourself. Okay, so thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope that you will enjoy, you will attend all of the sessions and you will enjoy it, and you will learn from it so much that you can be successful in your career path. This is just the beginning, but if you prepare well, you will be very, very successful and will have an easy life, a life that you will be proud of, and a life that others will remember you by. Good luck, everyone, and thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you for that, Miss Leonardo. Life is definitely filled with the good and bad. And while quitting may not be entirely a bad thing, it is possible that we could lose the opportunities in store for us. In achieving what we want, we must be able to change along with that change. And lastly, it is not bad to ask help and guidance from others. But in order for us to grow, we must also help ourselves as well. Lastly, we will now head to our last keynote speaker for today to be delivered by Mr. Brandon Lee. Let's all welcome Mr. Lee to ICE.
Good afternoon, everybody. Brother Bernard Oka, Ms. Rosanna, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon. I would like to thank LaSalle University for the invitation and opportunity to meet and address everyone at this year's ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021. Perhaps enough has been said about the adverse impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on the world, the ASEAN region, and all of us. COVID has been a difficult time for the youth in ASEAN, according to an ILO report, youth employment losses were at 6.2% compared to 2.8% for adults, with many young workers moving into either unemployment or inactivity. The share of youth not in employment, education, and training increased between 2019 and 2020 in large parts of the ASEAN region, in line with global trends. But on the upside, and as remarked in the Deputy Secretary General's earlier remarks, there are still areas of growth, especially in the ASEAN region. Opportunities are out there. So this should give us some hope, even in the midst of this ongoing crisis. But we might ask, so how do we seize these opportunities? What I propose to share in the time that we have today is two areas that I think may be relevant to you based on my own professional and personal experience. First, how can we come together to support our youth's careers journey during this uncertain time to ensure that the disruption to the journey is minimized and they are better prepared to seize the opportunities where they come out? And second, to add on to Rosanna's presentation, which I really enjoyed, what I think we can choose to do as individuals on our own to help us come out from this current situation stronger. So first, how do we create a more supportive environment for youth during this challenging period to minimize the disruption to their career journey? Allow me to share two examples from Singapore, where I come from. And to provide some context, the organization that I work for, Workforce Singapore, or WSG for short, is a government agency that champions career resilience in our workforce, and we work with many other government and non-government bodies to achieve that. So, at the beginning of the crisis, we recognize that full-time jobs may be hard to come by with the economic downturn. However, we thought that there were still many companies that were looking forwards towards the future, looking ahead, beyond the crisis, or that are able to exploit the opportunities arising from the crisis. And while these companies may not have been able to hire as many people into full-time jobs as they could before the crisis, many were willing to provide traineeship opportunities that could give our young people at least the first step into the job market and to prevent long periods of unemployment that could lead to worse career outcomes later on. Under what we call the SG United Traineeships Program, our government funded 80% of the trainees' allowance, with the host company paying the remaining 20%. We also worked hard with the companies to ensure that these traineeships were properly structured to provide the youth with an opportunity to gain valuable industry experience and to develop professionally so that they are better prepared for when the economy picks up. And at April this year, we've had over 9,000 individuals join thousands of companies on these traineeships, most of them small and medium enterprises, many of them in the growth sectors of infocom technology, media, financial, and professional services. Now, while most of the traineeships are still going on, you'll be happy to know that even during this traineeship time, many companies are going to hire them full-time. So over 600 trainees have found full-time jobs with their current host companies or full-time employment elsewhere. The second example I'd like to share is how we work with partners to support and educate our youth on the career journeys. A large part of being able to take advantage of opportunities is knowing where they are. So one of these partners that we work with is actually a youth-led, full volunteer, non-profit organization called Advisory Singapore. And they are dedicated to empowering young Singaporeans to make informed career and further education choices. Now, I'm not sure about how much you might like to listen to people from government where you come from, but I'm guessing that sometimes it's better to hear from your peers who are better able to relate to your situation and use the same language. So we worked with Advisory to organize a series of industry insights, sharing sessions by industry professionals on Zoom, so that our youth can find out more about opportunities that might be available and learn directly from people in the industry. Many of them would have learned about new and exciting industries or even emerging jobs in the more traditional industries and be able to navigate their career journey with more confidence and knowledge. In fact, if any of you are interested in joining these sessions, they are still ongoing, and anybody with a Zoom account, regardless of where you're from, can join in. So just check out Advisory's Instagram for details of the next upcoming session. So while the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child, and a supportive community is definitely a benefit. I also think that every one of us can do our part to better deal with the situation we face. Which brings me to the second part of my sharing. What can we do on our own to help come out from this current situation stronger? Allow me to share 3 more things in addition to what Rosanna has shared earlier. First of all, I think it's important to consider what perspective we use to respond to the situation. The difficulties that each one of us might face are very real and very different, so I don't have a one-size-fits-all prescription. But I do think that how we respond to the situation depends very much on how we choose to frame it. So, for example, if we are able to take a long-term view, we might then be able to see that the situation right now, no matter how terrible it is a temporary one, and that there is a potential future that we can focus our efforts on reaching rather than on dwelling on our current difficulties. If we took a growth mindset, for example, then the challenges we face can be seen as learning opportunities that could create the foundations for continued growth and success, and not focusing purely on the obstacles. If we have the perspective that the future of work will be one where there'll be constant reinvention, constant change and growth, then perhaps not being able to find that one single forever job might not be so terrible, because you'll be constantly looking for new things to challenge yourself and to build up your experience. Suffice to say that while we might not always be able to change our situation, there can be many perspectives that could allow us to change the way we respond to that situation in a way that opens up more opportunities for ourselves. Second, after opportunities are seen, what can we do to seize them? Well, I would argue that all of us need to develop a wider range of skills and interests. Now, if you agree with me that all of our careers are going to be in a state of constant reinvention and change, then you are more likely to remain employable over your lifetime if you have diverse skills and also have the ability to learn and relearn, as mentioned by Brother Bernard earlier in his remarks. By some accounts, by 2030, 70 to 90% of workers will be in super jobs that combine tasks previously performed by 2 or more people. Hence, employers are looking for employees who have the ability to quickly pick up new skills rather than having deep expertise in a specific field. In fact, in a recent Channel News Asia interview with Sir James Dyson, he thought that in an environment of rapid change, experience might even hamper rather than help, as solutions of the past may not be applicable to problems of the future. And even as many argue that artificial intelligence and automation will become a greater part of our lives and potentially taking away more parts of our jobs, I think we will still have to deal with other people in our society and community. So having good interpersonal skills is always important. And given that nobody can predict the future, even if you think ahead, critical thinking and problem solving will be the type of 21st century competencies that can help round out the technical skills and knowledge that we might have. Now finally, other than perspective and skills, I think that it is important to build your networks, especially within the context of the ASEAN region where there's so much potential for growth, and especially at opportunities such as this summit. We live in an interconnected world where issues are not constrained by geographical boundaries. What we do affects others. Look at what COVID, climate change, and the other challenges of this generation represents. Hence, it is critical that we understand each other and the importance of cooperation between people and countries in working together to navigate these challenges. It is important for you to understand how the different countries operate, to acquire international and regional exposure, as well as cultural literacy skills. The skills gained and networks built will not only come in useful when you are abroad, but are also highly sought after by companies with regional operations, especially in our ASEAN region, where there is great growth potential. In that regard, I might argue that perhaps one of the best things that all of you participants could do during a summit like this is to maybe start an ASEAN WhatsApp or Telegram chat group so that you can begin to share your perspectives and build understanding of one another. In conclusion, as future leaders of ASEAN, I would like to encourage you to start thinking of the COVID-19 pandemic not as a crisis of this generation, but an opportunity for you to define what this generation is about in terms of your actions and voice. So move forward with passion and confidence to boldly create the next chapter for yourselves. Thank you, and I wish everybody success in everything that you choose to pursue. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brandon Lee. What a way to end our keynote segment for this afternoon. Thank you once more, Mr. Brandon Lee. I really appreciated and love your insights in your speech, talking about how the job market and generally job growth in general is very difficult during the times of this COVID-19 pandemic. I really also liked your discussion on how your workplace, known as Workforce Singapore, really emphasize training allowance and training opportunities to really empower the Singaporean youth to further seize opportunities during this difficult time. And I love also how thousands of those join trainings in small to medium enterprises, media and finance, professional services, and it's very empowering to know that despite the difficulties, we can rise up. And I really loved your insights on how important knowing where opportunity is and how important it is to consult people, work with advisory groups for industry insights. Lastly, your conclusion statements were also really resonated with I think all of us on how we should really manage our perspectives and how we can see and seize opportunities. So with that, thank you so much, Mr. Brandon Lee.
Thank you for that, Theo. Now, may we now call on our dear project heads, Mr. Ramjan Francis Miller and Mr. Lance Maui Chua, to do the ribbon cutting in celebration of the first day of FORSEA event.
Most esteemed guests and delegates, greetings in St. LaSalle. Today is such a blessed time for us to gather as one community in spite of the ongoing pandemic and the heavy rains in the Philippines. Because of the miracles, our great provider, we are able to promote the essence of professional development in all generations across Southeast Asian nations. Let us thank God for enabling us to be bestowed with the knowledge by the sectors in focus, the corporate sector and the global affairs institutions. Although they seem like the opposite ends of the spectrum, they share the common goal of demonstrating the love for business and diplomacy in order to turn our society into an interdependent and well-rounded body in line with preparing future-ready students for a dignified entrance to the job market. They allow us to create mutually beneficial agreements to uplift the common good and to teach us as individuals to be more humanistic, socially aware, and responsive to the changes we face. Let us express our gratitude to our brother president, Brother Bernard Oca, for gracing us with his presence to inspire us. Because of the Lasallian principles of wisdom and faith that he embodies, we remember that we are learners turned leaders. After acquiring the learnings in our virtual classroom, we are taught to integrate them into practice, into our future professions. As such, Lasallian education is all about the formation of effective communicators, reflective lifelong learners, and service-driven citizens based on the expected Lasallian graduate attributes. We would like to thank His Excellency Kong Fook for helping us believe in the ASEAN pride. Although separated geographically, we live in an environment of excellence. We are reminded of our adaptability that is the recipe of our employability. Let our event be the celebration of the roadmap of ASEAN Declaration on Human Resources Development for the changing world of work, which was launched in 2020. We are also grateful for Ms. Rosana Lenado of AHED Learning Systems for establishing a strong foundation of youth enrichment as early as beginning our college journey. Thank you for continuously equipping students to be conscious about their academic prospects and preparation for the real world. Lastly, it is such an honor to hear from Mr. Brandon Lee of Workforce Singapore. Your nation is indeed a great role model for the ASEAN in aiding job seekers through coaching and office opportunities. Most of all, our beloved delegates, we look forward to you to feel the fulfillment as we open the first installment of ASEAN Youth Career Summit. Our organizer, the LaSalle Model United Nations Community, in partnership with the ASEAN Youth Advocates Network and Southeast Global Affairs Network, have prepared enjoyable yet educational sessions for today and for tomorrow. May you engage in our panel discussion forums, workshops, and the internship openings, courtesy of our sponsors and speakers. My co-director Lance and I wholeheartedly are touched by your participation. Let us all welcome a foreseeable future ahead.
Right. So I hope everyone's still great. So we hope that you appreciate the extraness of our ribbon cutting ceremony. This initiative of ours is indeed symbolic to our event's identity. We are open-minded, original, and innovative enough to present an exposition of fulfilling jobs and experiences that can help its delegates to be wiser and up for all lives. What a true honor it is to recognize the potential of the youth, our Gen Z and millennial students, as we pave the way for them to utilize the soft and hard skills for the betterment of society. Together, let us meet the objectives of our event and settle on our differences no matter what nation we belong to and what sector we want to be involved in. Time has called us for us to be nation builders and legacy makers. Let the ASEAN Youth Career Summit increase your involvement in world-class professions. Thank you very much, honorable guests, delegates, and speakers. Thank you.
Now, Pat Barnuevo and JP Argana will be awarding the certificates of appreciation for our esteemed speakers today.
Thank you so much, Theo. The certificate reads, the certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Brother Bernard Oka, FSC, in grateful acknowledgement of their competence and expertise rendered as a speaker of launch day for the FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021, awarded on the 9th of September 2021 at De La Salle University, Manila. Signed by Mr. Alan Surla, the advisor of DLS Mooncom, Ms. Erica Arcega, DLS Mooncom President, Ms. Ramjan Miller, one of our project directors, and Mr. Lance Chua, also our project director. Thank you so much, Brother Bernie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joanne?
Yes, okay. Brother Bernie, please smile for a quick picture taking in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Now may we have Mr. Lance and Miss Ramjan for a quick picture taking with Brother Bernard. Okay. Smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Next, Certificate of Appreciation is hereby awarded to Ms. Rosana Lenado in grateful acknowledgement of their competence and expertise rendered as a speaker of launch day for the FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021, awarded on the 9th of September 2021 at De La Salle University, Manila. Signed by Mr. Alan Surla, DLS Mooncom Advisor, Ms. Erica Arcega, DLS Mooncom President, and Ms. Ramjan Miller, one of our project directors, and Mr. Lance Chua, our project director.
Okay, Ms. Rosana, please smile for a quick picture taking in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Now may we have Mr. Lance and Ms. Ramjan for a quick picture taking with Ms. Rosana. So please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
And finally, of course, this certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Mr. Brandon Lee in grateful acknowledgement of their competence and expertise rendered as a speaker of launch day for the FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021, awarded on the 9th of September 2021 at De La Salle University, Manila. Signed by Mr. Alan Surla, the advisor of DLS Mooncom, Ms. Erica Arcega, the president of DLS Mooncom, Ms. Ramjin Miller, one of our project directors, and Mr. Lance Chua, also our project director. Thank you so much, Mr. Brandon Lee.
Okay, Mr. Brandon, please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Now may we have Mr. Lance and Ms. Ramjan for a quick picture taking with Mr. Brandon Lee. Okay, please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much.
We once again thank the keynote speakers for the insightful speeches that are sure to start off the summit. But first, we have a special performance courtesy of Rochelle Rodriguez from the Philippines, Nair Amalina Zaki from Malaysia, and Audrey Chan from Singapore, and directed by Adelhe from the Philippines. They'll be singing a song entitled I Am But a Small Voice. Now, may we invite all of you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Ako'y munting tinig, may munting pangarap. Samyo ng bulaklak sa hanging malinis. May ngiti sa araw at kung umulan, makapagtampisaw, malayang daigdig ng kawalang malay. Come, young citizens of the world, we are one, we are one. Come, young citizens of the world, we are one, we are one. We have one hope, we have one dream, and with one voice we I am but a small voice, I have but a small dream, to smile upon the sun, be free to dance and sing, be free to sing my song to everyone. Come, young citizens of the world, we are one, we are
farthest distant vantage point, the Earth might not seem of any particular interest. But for us, it's different. Consider again that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know.
A dream team indeed. Thank you for that wonderful performance. It was, I think the performance really symbolizes and embodies the vision of this event, which was starting from a small voice towards a larger mission or purpose towards peace, prosperity, and being there for all of mankind. Such a beautiful song. Thank you to our performers for sharing your talents with us. We deeply appreciate all the time and effort you have put into this wonderful event.
Now, we would like to invite BJ Bongalon and Joshua Santa Ana of Qualified.ph to introduce their growing business that helps students find their dream internship.
So, hello everyone. Hello. Good afternoon. So me and Joshua would actually want to know if you guys are still there. So if you guys are still there, please do give us a thumbs react, a hearts react, or confetti react so that we know that you're there. Okay, so Joshua, I think they're there already.
Yeah, I can see a lot of them. Thank you guys for reacting.
Yeah, at least we know you're there. So yeah, first and foremost, we would like to thank and congratulate, the ASEAN Youth Career Summit team, especially the project head, Romjan Miller and Lance Chua, for giving us an opportunity to pitch and present qualified to these wonderful delegates in our Zoom chat, Zoom, and then the Facebook Live. So yeah, once again, my name is Baldomero Bongal III. You can call me DJ for short. Currently, I am a sophomore at the De La Salle University, Manila, studying business management and also the co-founder of Qualified.
Hi everyone, I'm Joshua, the co-founder of Qualified as well, studying applied corporate management, minor in data science.
So yeah, next slide, Joshua. So qualified.ph, the reason why we wanted to show you our link to our website is that after this presentation, we would like you guys to remember that qualified.ph in terms of a career is your stepping stone. Qualified.ph can be your guide, and that qualified.ph can boost your future career. So yeah, guys, remember qualified.ph. And so before we go into the technicalities of what Qualified is, we will first show you the history behind Qualified and how it was built. So every origin, has its story. So Qualified was built with a problem and an idea. So me and Joshua, in our everyday Zoom call, we're actually finding internships at that time. And we actually experienced a really difficult problem. And that difficult problem was that we had to jump from platform to platform, website to website, application to another application, just to find one internship that can satisfy us. And then Joshua actually had an idea, and he said that, DJ, do you want us to build a platform that could have all those internships from all those platforms into one website only? And of course, I was really, really on board with that idea. But Joshua had to remind me that we had to step back a bit because we had to first validate that idea. So we asked, our colleagues, our friends, our batchmates, and we found out that majority are experiencing the same thing. And then doing further research, we found out that a huge majority of Filipinos does not acquire a job position right after graduation because of the lack of experience. Now, grabbing on to the problem and the idea, here comes Qualified. Next slide, Joshua. So we built Qualified as a digital career platform for college students like us to help them build their path towards a successful career. Now, you've been hearing that we help, college students like us. So how can we really help? So Joshua will.
Yeah, so you know now the history of Qualified and what we do, but how can we actually help college students? So we have four aspects to this question. So the first one is our internship opportunities. Just like what Ms. Trusana said earlier, good internships are crucial. So we actually have an internships database at qualified.page/openings for everyone to really check all of the companies that offers good internship programs. And we actually vet these companies so that what our users will see are good companies with great internship programs. The next one would be our community events. We are starting to partner with organizations such as the ASEAN Youth Career Summit to really build up our networks of students that are into this kind of event. So right now we actually have multiple events partnered with, but in the future we will be having our own events from Qualified, from live and pre-recorded events such as job fairs, company talks, community talks, and the like. The next one would be our newsletters. So we actually had 3 newsletters already. We give this newsletter every week from Tuesday at 8 p.m. And the thing that we share in our newsletter are career tips, open internship opportunities, community events, and the like. So we actually saw success with our newsletter, and we will be continuing to build up our weekly newsletter from now on. The last one will be career resources. So in our second version of Qualified, we will be creating a new page dedicated to resources on how to build your career or jumpstart it. So from resume templates, cover letter templates, interview question banks, and the like. So yeah, like I said, in the next version, with this, our next plans for Qualified would be a new website. So a better version of the website where you can directly apply for internships. What this means for companies is that we would have an applicant tracking system. And what would this mean for users is that we would have their own user profiles so that they won't need to do repetitive applications all over again. So with this, we actually have another plan, which is to create a mobile app. So we saw from our current user base of 14,000 users is that majority of them go to our website to a mobile phone. So we really want to target this user base by creating an application of the new version of the website, making it easier for them to get internship opportunities anytime, anywhere. And as an agile startup, we really want to innovate based on market needs. So your problems, your experiences is what we'll be basing it off of for the next plans for Qualified. So if you have any feedback for Qualified, please do let us know. But yeah, so we want to end this pitch with this quote: "Start today, change your tomorrow." So yeah, that's it for Qualified. If you have any questions or concerns, please do feel free to email us at baldomero@qualified.ph or joshua@qualified.ph. Thank you
Thank
and
you,
stay safe.
everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua and BJ. We admire the dedication you have put into your business into helping us aspiring young professionals like us to find the best opportunities for us to gain and learn skills, to gain and learn the skills and acquire experience rather. My apologies. So once again, thank you very much, Joshua and BJ, for your pitch regarding qualified page. Moving on to our workshops. We have two distinguished speakers, Mr. Anas Ali and Ms. Glo Ann Guevara, to be introduced by our project directors, Ms. Romjan Miller and Mr. Lance Chua.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. We have right now our first workshop speaker, Ms. Glo Ann Guevara. She is an impact manager at Boulder, a former communications consultant at Asian Development Bank, a former consultant at Girls Advocacy Alliance, and a former research associate at Asia School of Business. Again, please welcome Ms. Glo Ann Guevara.
Thanks, everyone. I think I'll be kicking this off with my co-speaker, who is here as well, Anas.
May I also introduce to all of you Mr. Anas Ali. He is currently the founder and CEO of DevCrit. He was a former senior programs manager at Love Frankie. He was also a former advocacy campaign consultant in the International Labor Organization. He was also the former regional program advisor in Plan International. And lastly, he was a regional coordinator in Amnesty International. Everyone, give a virtual round of applause to Mr. Anas Ali and Ms. Glo Ann Guevara.
Without further ado, let's invite our mentors to the floor for the workshop to be moderated by Mr. Leon Santani.
Thank you, Rosh and Theo. Hello, everyone, and good day to Mr. Anas and Ms. Glow. Once again, I'm Leonard Sutandi from the Southeast Asian Global Affairs Network, and I'll be your moderator for this afternoon. For those who aren't that familiar with DevCurate yet, they're a collective of individuals of impact who can help you connect with impact-driven employers and careers that truly shape the world. So whether you're about to graduate or are looking for the next career move, DevCurate is here to make it easier and faster for you to discover and land your next career. So that being said, our first workshop will be a values-based session on career pathways in the social impact sector, which aims to expose participants to careers in the social impact space, industry insights, and tips on how to become young professionals. Once again, we have Mr. Anas Ali, the founder of DevCurate, and Ms. Glo Ann Guevara, a former communications consultant at the Asian Development Bank and an impact manager at Boulder. Thank you so much for joining us today, Sir Anas and Ms. Glo. Would you like to greet our audiences?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really happy to be able to join the space, what appears to be a really engaging and important event for all of you who are graduating out from Education Institute into the labor force, right? So we're here hoping to add some value to the discussion today. We'll be looking at specifically around the world of work in the development sector or the broader social impact industry as well, with the hope that you get some insights and some tips and part of your consideration in your near future careers.
Thanks, Anas. I'm always energized to be able to share some of the things that I know to a group of very passionate young people. I understand that we have audiences from around the region. So our hope is really that you would be able to walk away with valuable insights to be able to turn into application in your own specific professional journeys and context. So we're really excited to kick this off, and nice to meet you, Leonard.
Thank you. Nice to meet you too. All right, before we start, by the way, to our audience, feel free to send in your questions to our speakers in the chat box, or if you want to ask anonymously, you may send your questions to our facilitators for them to send them in the chat. Without further ado, let's head into our workshop. So I'd like to first begin this workshop by asking you, Mr. Anas, can you briefly walk us through your career journey and your motivation for joining the social impact space?
Thanks, Leonard, for the question. Well, I started off my professional journey about a decade ago, which I guess speaks to my age. And well, first of all, I'd like to maybe start tackling that question by just sharing my own perspective. And one thing that I always believed is that it always starts with exposure. You know, we are exposed to different, people, different environments. We observe different, areas of passion from other people, right? Our colleagues, our parents, and so exposure, I think it's really something that form these different preferences in terms of career. And in my case, I was exposed to people who were sort of involved in the social sector, doing social work, which have sort of led me to pursue in a degree in the universities relevant to the social impact sector. So I was pursuing social sciences, international studies, and later on pursuing my master's degree in international law and a subsequent degree in social innovation. So yeah, so I being exposed to these different things since I was in universities requires really trying different things as well, right? So I was involved in a lot of volunteer activities that allowed me to really build that conviction, right? It was this understanding and this sort of I guess impression, but I only gained that conviction after having tried different things, right? And of course, I disliked some of the things I was engaged in, which I thought was really helpful to sort of confirm what I actually like. So during the university, I was in a debate club, and that also got me exposed to international affairs, different topics around social issues and things like that. I also set up a Model United Nations within my university at Thammasat University that also allows me to really hone in my interests and skills. And yeah, and I after coming back from my postgraduate degree, I started working, was fortunate enough to join the United Nations as a consultant, where I get to, I suppose, build that legal background and development background as well around the topic of labor migration. And it was also where I was positioned at the time that allowed me to appreciate these other things, right? Other social issues that I wasn't exposed to before. So exposure again, right? Sometimes you were exposed to different realities, and you got to be very passionate about it. So I suppose the moral of that story is, don't be discouraged if you don't know what that advocacy or whatever you want to fight for or you want to advocate for. Sometimes there will be good moments for you to realize and to be part of, right? So so moving from labor migration, I was also involved in other issues that I believe we will flesh out in the next question. So that's the motivation or the reason as why I decided to join the social impact sector.
And how about for you, Ms. Guo? Do you have kind of like the same motivations and the same background, or was it different for you?
My first encounter with international development started when I was in high school. Consequently, I was not very clear as well in terms of what I wanted to, the path that I wanted to pursue. I thought I wanted to pursue a path in communications, which is interestingly something that I've also done in the context of development. But when I was in high school, I participated in a global summit of young people for 2 weeks, and I was able to experience Model United Nations in the actual United Nations building in New York. And that was my first, that was a turning point for me, because I realized there's so much opportunity for me to be able to hone in this new awareness of where I can place myself in development. And at the time, my idea of development was very vague. I used to think, I think I want to work in the space of human rights or child rights and all of these things. And I think as I of course entered into university, I took up a degree in political economy. That's when my sort of lenses in development became sharper or more specific, as well as the sector that I wanted to focus into. So my thesis focused on labor, slightly close to what Anas is focused on, but more specifically around decent work. And I, that sector focus was not something that I necessarily entered into when I joined my first company after graduation. I joined DevEx, which is a global development organization, except the stakeholders we dealt with were very high level, in the sense that we looked at development as a whole. And that first foray into development through DevEx gave me a sense of what it looked like, the dynamics, the kind of organizations at play, the relationships between, let's say, an INGO and a donor. I got introduced into all these different institutions, such as the World Bank and the ADB. And that's how I started to become more specific as well in terms of the organization that I wanted to join that aligned with the values that I wanted to support. So after DevX, I moved on to ADB, where I became part of the youth initiative or the Youth for Asia team that focused on empowering the young people of Asia and the Pacific to be a stakeholder, a partner rather, in developing the region. And I was a part of that team for a good 4 years until in 2019, I came across, I met a social impact startup called Boulder that focused on expanding these opportunities, job opportunities in the regions and the areas where the talent supply is abundant, but the opportunities are scarce. So that touched a very close nerve in terms of what I had originally desired as a sector that I want to focus on, which is again decent jobs and opportunities for all. And I then joined Boulder, which is sort of my first experience in terms of straddling both development and the private sector, which at that point brought me closer to what I truly aspire for in terms of a sector focus, because I get to see these opportunities being distributed in action. I get to see more people get employed, get upskilled, and be able to become upwardly mobile. So in my desire to specialize and to know more about this field, I'll be pursuing a postgraduate at the SOAS University of London this semester, specifically around labor, social mobility, and development. So that's something that's just sort of a broad stroke story or overview rather of my professional journey. And again, as Anas was mentioning, this looks very different for different people, and how you come to terms with what you want to focus on really starts with what you strongly believe in. And I will touch on that further later, but more often than not, the best place to start is not really the organization that you want to work for, but it's what cause do you really want to contribute to. And if that's your North Star, your guiding principle, it doesn't really matter what organization you end up joining as long as you're doing what you believe in. So thanks for the question, Leonard.
Thank you for sharing. And what I know from the both of you is that you had long kind of storied careers in the long storied career paths, and you're also all very passionate in the social impact space. I'd like to dive deeper into your individual occupations. I'd like to ask Mr. Anas Ali again. Can you explain what you do in your job, who you help, and how you make an impact in people's lives?
That's a really good
sorry.
question.
Was I muted before?
I think I was muted, but I'm back now.
Okay.
So I'm currently a social entrepreneur. Many consider myself changing sector or career shifter, as we said internally. But for the purpose of this discussion, maybe I can break it into sort of different versions of the answer, since I spend majority of my professional life in the social impact space. So as a development professional, for the longest time, I was involved in multiple sectors, multiple organizations. Like Glo was saying earlier, I didn't fixate on which organization, which employer I'd like to end up, rather what opportunities, right? What kind of work, what kind of areas they're really focusing on, what kind of cause they're trying to advocate for. So I worked for the United Nations in several agencies, and as an officer, as a consultant as well. I worked for grassroots NGO as well as leading international organizations like Plan International, Amnesty at the regional and global level. I was also, able to spend some time in social business before starting my journey as a social entrepreneur. So for the most part, the central focus of the work was around youth, was around young people, right? Through different body of work or with different ways to influence or to address or to serve this population. So I started off on a policy level. So I, essentially a research-based career where I get to meet with a lot of government officials. I travel across the region to conduct training, attempting to let them understand more about the reality of young people and applying, regulatory frameworks, some, legal compliances, so new thinking, new rules, global norms in the domestic law or in different areas of development. So from policy, I then move on to more campaign and project development, which something I also shifted because I noticed from my peers, I'm like, I was no longer interested in just sitting in the corner and doing document work, right? So that pushes me to sort of get more work with other partners through partnership development, being on the ground with communities, working hands-on with young people, and campaigning on when I was with the International Labour Organization, it was largely around how we include young people's voice in the mix, in the decision making, particularly the vulnerable youth, right? Migrant children and young people. And when I moved on with Amnesty, largely I was regional coordinator for youth and activism. So again, young people, how do we make sure that they actively participate in governance and decision making, have a voice in table and taking the voice really seriously. And I was championing for this for the longest. I was trying to lobby even my own government in Thailand to, establish a youth council. Luckily, we have one now, but before it wasn't the case. So a lot of youth advocacy work through partnership, mostly around, promoting their rights, right? Or recognizing or raising awareness about their rights and how they can claim their rights and work towards it. So so the impact, back to your question, I suppose, is one, empowerment for young people and participation. I guess a lot of us here, a lot of youth, especially today, are working towards the same goals, right? We still want to create that inclusive space for young people to participate. And for many countries, many governments, it's still far from ideal. And I really think that this is a very important agenda that we keep pushing, whether to promote young youth participation through SDG, through development, or other frameworks, right? So that's, I guess, the impact that I was trying to make, and human rights and dignity. That's really as pertains to human rights. And now the second sort of version or second episode to this answer would be now. So I started Deaf Curate a few years ago, having been in the sector for a while, understanding that, it is, the sector where there are a lot of well-intentioned, very generous, kind people who want to work, who want to spend their life through their career in shaping positive impact on, the community, the people, and the planet. And realizing that the system within the sector is not perfect, right? And the goal of Deaf Curate, when I set it up, is really how can we bring a new solution in order to change certain systems that hasn't worked out really perfectly. So for us, it was about people. How do we place talent, place the right man for the right job, right? So we want to be able to help young people, graduates like you guys, upcoming graduates, recent graduate, young professional, even those who are coming from different sector, how can we connect them and bridge them to meaningful careers and impact-driven career. So I guess in that case, who am I trying to help would be young people, but as well as, anyone else who are interested in joining the sector and just joining the ride of making the world a better place, right? And I think there's so many crises, right now in the world, more than ever. So the more people, the more talent we can, help, and also helping the organization to be able to identify these talent in a more time effective manner as well, right? So for you guys, I guess for the audience of this event, you are really the ones that we want to reach out and help as well. So do join us later after the event. We have a growing talent network as well. qualified and then DevCurate, we're a complementary ecosystem. So you could join both of our platforms and access to career. But yeah, I suppose I will end there. Maybe last few notes around employability, because I was also involved in labor issues in my past life, I suppose. So for now, how do we also reach out to young people, the underrepresented, and helping them to upskill. So DevCreate also provides training, which you will see the next phase of this event. We'll talk about that as well. So training, capacity development, how can we equip young people to be better prepared for their career? But first of all, know what they want to do. Right? So that's a little I guess story of mine in a nutshell. So we'll hand it over to Glo to share hers as well.
So the question is around what's your designation, what do you do on a daily basis, correct, Leonard?
Yes.
Great. So before joining Boulder, a lot of what I did focused on knowledge management, network building, and also youth engagement and communications. When I was part of the Asian Development Bank, we built a lot of partnerships with youth organizations such as ISEC and Special Olympics and all of these opportunities and all of these organizations that help where we can help elevate again youth participation in development. Eventually, I felt an urge to sort of be closer to the communities that I was serving, and I think in the capacity that I was serving as a communications consultant, I felt a little bit distant, or rather, to the stories that I was writing about. So when the opportunity to join Boulder came, and when I understood what the company was doing and what they value as a mission-driven organization, it was an easy decision for me. So now, as impact manager of Boulder, for those who probably aren't aware, Boulder is an impact-driven outsourcing company based we're global now. We have an office here in the Philippines. We've recently expanded to Merida, Mexico, and Cape Town, South Africa. We also have an office in the US. And really, the strategic reason why these are and one in Tacloban, sorry. And the strategic reason why these are the areas where Boulder has chosen to open up its offices is precisely because we understand that there is talent here. There are opportunities to upscale these individuals, and these are individuals who also need access to employment or decent job opportunities. And of course, Boulder being what we are, we have access to various clients that have very relevant demands, or basically offering opportunities to those who will be able to fill these. We decided to bring those opportunities where they're most needed. And my role as impact manager is to make sure that the way that we're doing this in all the global locations are aligned to the SDGs, specifically SDG 1, 8, and 9. And really just making sure that we're, at the end of the day, we're fulfilling our promise and our mission to the community, which is, expanding talent, expanding opportunities for talent is abundant, and also providing the upskilling opportunities to those who are not able to access this, given certain structural and barriers that they face. And I love what I do every day, just because I know, for every person that we're able to hire or provide a job opportunity to, that's a success in my book. So that's a very high level kind of way of explaining what I do every day. My scope also covers how we take care of our people as well. So what I mentioned earlier was more external in terms of the stakeholders that we serve, but I also manage Boulder's mental health program internally to make sure that the team members that we do hire have access to a holistic gamut of development opportunities, not just in terms of skills or competencies, but also in terms of as how they grow as an individual. And that's something that I also pride myself in, because we make sure to close the loop from the time that they join coder up until they've become, they've used the skills that they've acquired to either either get promoted laterally or be able to find a new and different career path within the company or even beyond. So that's a little peek into how my days sort of look. I lead a team of 4 people, and of course our NGO partners as well fall under my purview. So so that's me.
Yeah, from what I've gotten from the both of you, it seems like kind of the nature of the social impact space is really broad. You've done a lot of stuff ranging from research to advocacy and campaigning. And as you've touched on your work previously on Boulder, I'd like to ask you, what do you might find most fulfilling and most frustrating about working in this sector usually?
Most fulfilling would be being able to make a difference in the life of a person, no matter how incremental that is. One of the principles that I live by is, if your presence in a certain person's life changes it for the better by 1%, then that's all the difference that they need, and that just means that you've made their lives better incrementally. And that's something that we try to do. We play the long game when we do that, because and especially now where unemployment is such a big, was hit hard by COVID. We if we could only hire the whole group of people who lost their jobs, that's something that we would definitely want to do, or offer as many opportunities as we can for people to be upwardly mobile and to be to be able to upskill or to have bankable skills. And I guess that the other side of the coin is what's actually frustrating, is because we can't, as much as we want to help, as many people as we can, there are certain limitations to that. There, which you can also sort of see as a, as a strength as well, because you end up focusing on the cohort or on the community that you want to serve. But of course, we don't want to leave anyone behind, or we want to be as inclusive as possible. And given the resources that we have, and the time and the space, logistically, we've had to learn how to do volunteerism online, which was strange at the beginning, I think, for most of us. But we've learned to be comfortable, or to be content with helping from a distance. But of course, we have a lot of energy and desire to put into helping more people who are out there, who need training, or who need jobs. That's my personal frustration, is that if I could walk up to the next unemployed young person, who is the breadwinner of their family, and just give them like an easy way through employment, I'd love to do that for everyone. But of course, the situation that we're working within and against, limits us. But of course, it doesn't stop. It could limit us, but it doesn't necessarily stop what we want to do. So, one of the things that I am proud that we were able to do is, despite COVID, we were able to make the expansions happen. So all the new offices that we've opened up in Tacloban, in Cape Town, where the youth unemployment rate is over 50%. In Merida, where the tourism industry took a hit because of COVID. All of this we've done in the context of the pandemic, and that's just a testament to how much we can still do to be able to make a difference, wherever we are in the world.
Mr. Anas, would you like to add anything to what Ms. Guo has said?
I can be brief about this one. 100% in agreement with Glo when it comes to the aspect of fulfillment. I think being able to make a difference in the lives of others really fulfills my journey and what I do and what I'm trying to fight for. We spend a lot of time working in our life, right? And I think for me, choosing to work on something that projects or contributes to positive impact is something that really fulfills and I guess satisfies my curiosity in general. Yeah, it's about the end goal of what you do, and I guess the same question of how you may be considering, especially our audience now, right? Different sectors. Should I enter the social impact sector? Should I enter corporate? This and that, and I think a good place to start is like what contribution or which what is the potential end goal. You don't have to know your end goal, that's all I'm saying, but like it's good to know what you're trying to shape along the way. And then perhaps quickly about one thing that I find frustrating, maybe the system, particularly for larger organizations like the United Nations. There's so many different departments and divisions, and sometimes it takes longer for something to get done, and also the impact that you don't see immediately, right? So there are a frustration around not being able to witness and see the difference that you actually want to make. But at the end of the day, you know that you're contributing towards something, and it will take time, but it's better than not doing anything at all.
So after hearing a lot of the different kind of like challenges and frustrations that you said previously, so as you know, many of us are still considering career options. Some of us are thinking of, for instance, joining the corporate sector. So why should someone consider a career in the social impact sector, apart from the reasons that you said before on fulfillment and social contribution?
Yeah, maybe I can build on that part a little bit more. So in addition to fulfillment, I think ask what is your purpose, right? Start from there. What is your purpose of living? I think essentially, especially we're living in this COVID-stricken era, online, work from home, and work and life is kind of highly intertwined, and you can't separate it sometimes. There's this saying by Confucius, if I remember correctly: if you work on something that you love, you would wake up not feeling that you worked at all. It's not a perfect word for word, but I paraphrase it. So starting from your purpose, right? I think it's important to know deep down there is inner compass that would drive us, right? So trying to identify that drive would be a good start. And if it relates to something, around, making the world a better place, making a difference, social impact sector is quite diverse, right? When we talk about social impact, it's not always nonprofit, it's not always grassroots NGOs, it's not always the United Nations. There are different sectors, there are companies as well that have purpose-driven mission, right? So look into what they do and how their mission aligns with what Chloe said earlier, your inner compass, your values, right? What is that one thing? Or you may have different areas of passion, but what is that one of the few that you feel excited because wake up being excited in your career? And I guess just to throw some stats, we spend 1/3 of our day working, and we spend roughly 80,000 hours of our lifetime in career on average, no matter how many careers or positions you will end up having. So given the fact that you spend, a lot of time working or careering, right? It might be worthwhile to just sit down and reflect, your career options, what is it that resonates with me the most, right? It's okay also to change later on, but what matters is now, even if I'm doing business administration, even if I'm doing, I'm graduating out of a program that has nothing to do with the social impact sector, traditionally speaking, it does not matter, right? What matters is what you want to contribute, what you want to do, what excites you career-wise. And if you don't already know, or if it's not already clear, then try take up internship, right? Go to Qualified or other platforms. Can lock in on DevCurate and find opportunities. Seek out opportunities, create those opportunities so that you build more exposures for yourself. Yeah, and lastly on that, I feel like we are just living in, as much as there are more efforts in fighting against human rights violation, climate change, global health, it feels like we have more and more crises in the world, right? So looking from this perspective, that means that the world needs more impact-driven talent, right? In some ways, you can contribute in solving this in corporate sector, or in social impact sector. So yeah, so I'll just end there for now.
Yeah. So yeah. I see like there, like what you said before, like there are a lot of benefits in joining the social impact sector. And Mr. Anas, you've also kind of touched on the different opportunities to enter into the social impact sector. So this question is for Ms. Glow. So I'm aware that you've also recruited new joiners, including entry-level professionals, to your organization before. As hiring managers, what do you look for in a candidate?
As hiring manager, that's interesting. Typically, it's a person that can deliver or has the potential to deliver on what I'm looking for. So simple as that. And one of the things that I am actually truly passionate about is helping people who are helping job seekers align closely to, at least come close to what hiring managers tend to look for, or at least because I've been in the shoes of a recruiter, or at least from a hiring manager's perspective, I know how, what are the qualities that I look for. And I know this question may be intimidating for the type of audience that we have, which are mostly students, or are you're in the process of entering the labor market. But as from the perspective of a hiring manager, if you're able to let's say if I see your CV, or if we're speaking in an interview, if I can gauge authentically, the story that you're telling me shows that you have an ability to deliver, you have an ability to learn, and a willingness to learn basically how this works. Teachability is one very important thing. Obviously, you enter into an organization not knowing, or at least having very cursory knowledge of, what the organization does. So you're basically like a sponge, trying to soak up as much of the culture, systems, and institutional ways of doing things. And as hiring manager, I appreciate when people understand the value that they can bring to a situation, or to a company, or a department, or team. But I also appreciate if that's coupled with the willingness and the humility, and the teachability of them to be able to incorporate, what we know as an organization. Too often, and if I could just be very honest and vulnerable with you guys, that was my mindset entering into the working world. I thought I had everything that I needed to know, and that this company is lucky to have me, because my knowledge is relevant and something that is worth hiring me for. It's helpful to have that that level of self assurance, but of course, there is so much more that you end up learning as you join these new organizations. So my feedback to all the prospective job seekers is definitely believe in yourself. Know how to market your brand equity as well as you can, as accurately and as authentically as you can, but at the same time demonstrate your willingness as well to absorb whatever culture, or whatever however the company does things, and be able to find the synergy in those two things, so that your unique value proposition to the organization is very clear. So it's not just about what you know, or what you think you can bring to the table exclusively. You're taking years of experience, of institutional ways of doing things, and merging that with your own value addition. And if that's something that I could see clearly, and typically you see that in interviews when you speak to the candidate. It's a little hard to gauge that with a CV, but ultimately I have those green flags, so to speak, in the people that I I look to hire. So yeah, just have those core things down pat, and I think you'll be you're set. At least you'll ace that part of the interview.
And I'd also like to ask this question to Mr. Anas. Is there any other desirable skills that you'd like to add besides what Ms. Guo has said on the ability to learn?
Yeah, definitely coachability. Absolutely agree. Somebody who has growth mindset and open to learn. So I'm with Glow on that. I would look at soft skills as well. Quote unquote soft skills. Interpersonal skills, ability to collaborate, to communicate, leadership potential, right? In fact, a lot of hiring managers across industry value soft skill much more today, particularly in work from home situation, right? Accountability, being able to work with different, types of cultural backgrounds and things like that. So looking at how the person navigates the work in addition to their technical or whatever other skills they may have. And I guess lastly is that general drive, right? They're driven enough to be part of the team, right? That would take us to achieve whatever we're trying to achieve together. So personal drive, motivation, soft skills, and coachability.
Mm-hmm. So, sounds like a long list. But as a final,
and then also like you can achieve that through really knowing yourself, right? And flashing out these different skills when you present yourself. And I think this is a good segue to our next portion as well when we're talking about CV. So I guess we will share more tips and ideas when we get to that point.
yeah, so thank you for sharing all those interesting skills that we as young professionals would need if we ever wanted to enter this field. As a final question, what words of advice, just like a short advice, would you give to our participants, many of whom are interested in joining the social impact sector? Ms. Guo?
It all boils down to how much you know yourself, what you believe in, and where you want to take that in the future. You've heard all the plenary speakers talk about reinventing yourself, making sure you're agile, making sure you have the willingness to to try new skills. I believe all of those things come secondary to being very clear about what you believe in, what your core, what is important to you at the end of the day. So, if I just may share mine, I deeply and genuinely believe that everyone deserves an opportunity to empower themselves. And the way that I know that they can do that is through decent work. And it isn't fair to me that, there is a lack of that opportunity for people who deserve this very basic right. So if that's something that you can articulate to yourself very clearly, that's going to be your North Star. So, start with your North Star.
And how about you, Mr. Anas?
I would just start from looking at whatever organizations, employers that resonate with your values and areas of advocacies that you're pursuing, right? If you're into environmental issues, look up Greenpeace, look up these other organizations and see how they work. And I think one thing that I can add there is that it's a sector where impact is part of the operation, right? It's more systemic. It's designed to affect change much more than corporate sector, let's say, right? So you have that, playground for your career to be part of. But first, try to look at these different options and list 3 of them, right? And understand more about, right, what does United Nations do? And there's so many agencies within United Nations, right? Or perhaps start with grassroots or local NGOs. It's easier for you to also get accepted, but as well to learn your craft and confirm that conviction I mentioned earlier, right? Like ask yourself if this is the path that you want to pursue, and keep looking for opportunities within this diverse sector.
I see. So thank you for all of the useful advice, especially on kind of exposure and looking for different opportunities. What a wonderful discussion we've had so far. And now I believe It's time for us to look into your questions, which our speakers, Mr. Anas and Ms. Guo, will be addressing. So one of the people from the chat asks, what can you advise to a person who lacks experience but wants to land a job right away after graduating? What tips can you share with us? I'd like to give this question to Ms. Guo.
Sure. So there's no other way of obviously, but first is look at what your options are. I would typically look at my options in terms of how feasible they are in terms of getting me closer to, let's say, landing a job. So for example, your basic options or your basic possibilities are your LinkedIn, search results. Obviously, that's your long list of opportunities, or your whatever job platform you're looking for opportunities on. DevCurate, for example. Another helpful and if I may, sort of argue, more powerful sort of way of going about it is take stock of your network. In all the volunteering activities that you've participated in, which among your network do you have a strong relationship, with or to? And then, pitch yourself. Say, hey, I know that I worked, in a voluntary capacity. I really believe in what this organization does. Where do you think I can add value, given these and these competencies or these and these skills that I've been able to hone, not just in volunteering, but also in my academic journey. So your networks are so important. So take stock of that. Put that in a separate list. And then there's your aspirational list, which may be the organizations that you've always wanted to work for, like what Anas was mentioning, or that you feel that is like a goal, sort of goalpost for you. And then just put it on one separate list, and then see what are the qualifications necessary for me to be able to enter into this organization, and what are the things that I can take from the long list that I have of the jobs that are available out there, that I can try. Maybe some of them have internships if you feel like the barrier is too high. If some that meme where they said, oh, when you're 22, but they ask you to have 10 years worth of work experience to enter. And I recognize that's definitely a struggle. But there are definitely entry level opportunities. Look for, be realistic about your search results. If, for example, you're really fresh out of university, then tailor your search results to 1 or 2 years of experience. Because typically, recruiters, if they're very clear about the years of experience that they look for, and this is especially true in the development sector, they tend to discard CVs that tend to not meet that, unless your CV is impressive, or that you're able to tailor it in a way that demonstrates your ability to deliver. But more often than not, if a certain role indicates that we need someone with 5 years of experience, they're going to look for someone with 5 years of experience. So, and there are there are job opportunities that actually cater to entry level individuals. And entry level basically means even if you've not had you've not formally had a year of work experience, you have a fighting chance to at least land an interview and to be able to break through. So, and I like the analogy that a lot of everyone who's ever landed a job or who's ever been employed was once an unemployed young person asking the same question that you were asking in the chat. So if it's possible for them, with all the right elements and tips and tricks, it'll be possible for you as well. So yeah, that's my feedback. So make those 3 lists. What is realistically available, who's in your network that you can leverage and tap for these opportunities, and what are your aspirational organizations, and build a strategy around that. Thank you.
Okay, so the next question, Asun asks, how can we as students emphasize our youth leadership skills and impress people, hiring in sectors such as in engineering that do not usually demand this skill? I'd like to ask Mr. Anas this.
So the question is how to shine if you don't have practical professional work experience, but leveraging your leadership skills. I think you have to unpack that word, leadership skills, right? It really means nothing for a lot of hiring managers. Like everyone, they've seen thousands of CV and probably half of that would have leadership in somewhere in the CV. So what you have to do in order to stand prominently, amidst this huge pile of applications, is to really contextualize what you actually did, right? Show them that there is this one focus that I've been trying to drive is about making young people X, Y, and Z, right? And also demonstrate what your skills, right? This is going to come in place of your lack of experience. If your volunteer experience counts as professional experience, and many hiring managers, many organizations do value that, in fact, right? So don't discount those experiences that you have. So again, just in your experience section, we'll talk about this in the workshop in a second, but just try to be practical about it, right? Like quantify it, say what you did and the impact that you make, right? So be the more you like what you write, the more the hiring manager will as well.
Thank you for that answer, and great questions to everyone who asks. And I'm sure we all appreciate the answers Mr. Anas and Ms. Glow gave to us. Sadly, we'll have to cut this forum short as we prepare to head into our next workshop, still courtesy of DevCurate through Sir Anas and Ms. Glow. But before we move on, I'd like to ask the audience what you thought of this first workshop. Was it insightful? Was it interesting? You can give me your reactions or emojis through the Zoom. I see a lot of hearts and claps, and that's good to know that everyone's finding this quite enjoyable and insightful. And with that, we will now begin our second workshop, which is a skills-based session. This is going to be a practical workshop on crafting a winning CV. So Mr. Anas and Ms. Glow will be sharing insider tips to incoming graduates and entry-level professionals to best present themselves as a candidate. And with that, I now yield the virtual floor to our speakers. Enjoy, everyone.
All right, so now Glow and I will, take off our current hat and put on a new one, a trainer hat, as we're moving into a more practical workshop where our goal in this portion in the next 30-40 minutes, really to get you to understand the intricacy of this piece of document, the CV, right? And our hope is that you will walk away today with something very concrete that would benefit your in terms of your career preparation. So welcome to our workshop, Crafting a Winning CV. Right. So what are we going to be doing today? Essentially, this session is about your future career, right? We'll look at one of the most professional documents, arguably in your life, which could either help or hinder your career success, right? And obviously there are many resources out there that you can tap into online. So we will try to make this a little bit personalized and tailored to you guys, particularly folks who are currently in university and started to look for careers, right? So we'll be sharing practical tips and insights that we think could help you better prepare for your career, and the goal is to stand out from other applicants, right? Very quickly, we'll be looking at your relationship with your CV and some key principles and hacks for creating an effective CV. And then you also today get to develop your own brand, and we will let you know what that means. But at this juncture in your life, it is quite important, so critical that you know your brand and know how to communicate it. So a quick ground rules, we already have some netiquettes earlier, but for the session, you could actively participate, that would be great. That means that pay attention and listen to the discussion and also ask questions if you have, right? We try to address them as we go. And lastly, cut distractions. If you're, this is also, the common phenomenon that we have, right? Living in this virtual world, we get distracted easily. So, move your phone a few feet away from you and, be active for the next 30 minutes also. So first thing, we'll be talking about your CV, right? The relationship towards your CV and how you should position yourself with this piece of document. And the reason why that is so important is that it will help you create or shape your CV in the way that would be in your favor, right? If you see that CV is something, just a piece of document you would need to apply to for a job, then you might end up having very average CV. But if you think that this document is something that is more than just a piece of document, right? And there are ways for you to really perfect it and continue to perfect it. Every year you will have a different version of your CV. So it's really important that you start off having a really solid CV, right? Both in terms of how you present it, as well as the way it looks, right? In terms of formats and things like that. So to kick off this, portion, just want you guys to fill in the blank, right? In the chat, if you can, a CV or a resume. By the way, in this context, we'll use these two terms quite interchangeably, right? So a CV or resume is like a ... NY. So can we have some responses in the chat? According to you or from your understanding, a CV is like ... right? Right, can we have, see if there are some responses. So someone says, a CV is like a paper version of your experiences. Definitely. It is how you present your life experience, right? In a piece of paper. Are there any thoughts? Is an introduction of yourself. Is a blueprint of your life skills. Wow, I like that. I love the word blueprint, right? It represents who you are. It's like a journal. It's like a book cover. It gives an overlook into an individual. Perfect. A person accomplishment report. Right. This is your gold medal, right? This is something that you're proud of. A crown for your achievement. Yeah. Similarly, branding, a total package. A picture as to how you see yourself as an individual. An expression of yourself. Definitely, it is an expression of yourself. So you really have to try to make it as alive as possible, so to speak, right? Is an so it's to advertise yourself, right? How to present your skills, and just want to cover one more. It's a representation of who you are. Definitely, guys, these are perfect. These are great answers. You know more or less what it is for, and hopefully some of these responses gives you slightly different perspective around CVs and why you should be paying more attention to it, right? So ultimately, your CV is about you in 2D, right? In whatever format, it's about you. It is your product and it is your brand, right? Much like a product on the market, right? CV is your brand. It is the product of yourself, right? So most of us will need a CV at some point in our life, and no two CVs are ever the same. So this is why it is really about marketing yourself. This is about your own individual unique brand that you are communicating to your future employers. What is the purpose of CV after all? Like if you think about it, like why do we have to spend so much time trying to, talking about it or trying to perfect it, right? So CV at the end of the day, is a piece of document that will land you a career, that will land you, first of all, at a job interview. So you want to be at that job interview presenting a really good brand about yourself, right? So treat that as a living document, something that will stick with you. And just the last thing to say about that, and I believe that it's best that you start off with the correct CV now or sooner than later, right? So in this workshop, we'll try to walk you through some of these. So quickly, as I mentioned before, CV is a marketing document, right? So it's a marketing document for the hiring manager. It's the buyer, right? If you look from this transactional way, and you are the product. So what do you have to do? You need to give the person a reason to buy your products, right? So this is the way to look at it. One way to look at it is your marketing document. Another thing that CV is, or another way you can look at it, is that CV is also about your story, particularly your professional stories, right? So the quote again from Harvard Business Review: what were your previous places of employment like when you started there? So in your case, could be, what were your student organizations? What were some of the entities that you were involved in as a volunteer, right? And what were the biggest challenges that you faced during that time? And how did you help meet them? So this speaks to your ability to contribute your skills, whatever skills it is, right? Soft skills, hard skills, and how you can basically demonstrate that you could achieve what is set out for you, right? And because of that, how those organizations is better off because of you, right? So it's your professional stories that tells about your past experiences, your contribution, and what change you were able to make. And this is a meme I think Glo referenced earlier, right? So here it says, when employers want you to have 10 years of experience before the age of 22, which I think represent a lot of you guys now. So how do we go about this? How do we, especially for us, right? For many of us who do not have enough experience, how do we stand out? How do we get hired essentially by this organization? When most of the organizations are, some of them blatantly require 3 years of experience for entry-level positions, right? I've seen those as well. So this is why it is important for you to try to present the best version today, right? And just to ask you, if you could type in a chat, do you know how long it takes on average for recruiters to screen your CV? 6 seconds, right? Anyone else has different answers? 10 seconds, 2 weeks, less than a minute. 1 week. All right, so quite varied here. We have from a few seconds to a few weeks, right? So lo and behold, on average, a recruiter spends 7 to 10 seconds screening a CV. And we have this global stats that says that on average is 7.4 seconds. So imagine the amount of time that your CV will be considered, will be seen and considered, and the amount of time that will decide whether or not you are in a yes pile or a no pile, right? So this is why it is important that you spend, hopefully more than 10 seconds working on your CV, right? Trying to make it as catchy and as attractive, as relevant to the job that you're applying for as possible. So one way that we're going to do this in the next portion is to build your own brand, right? This is particularly important because, well, especially for those who don't have a multiple years of experience or really well-defined skill sets, right? So you want to focus on your own brand, right? Whether that's about your soft skills, whether that's about your personalities, whether that's about your value, whether that's about your volunteer experience and how that could relate or be useful for the job that you're applying for, right? So in a sense, it is really about your own mindset, right? When you think about journeying into the social impact sector or other sectors, having this piece of document ready to be presented, right? I think it's best that we look at this document from a perspective of a piece of document or asset that you need to work on and spend a lot of time on. And you have the right mindset towards this document is the first step for you to move on, right? And try to finish the rest. So moving on, I'll give the floor to Glo to touch on key principles for a winning CVs, right? Something that you can look at or pay attention to.
Thanks, Ganas. Allow me to caveat this part. Actually, before we start, I'd like to encourage everyone to sort of take a breath. And, as we transition from, what is conceptual, which is the importance of your CV, to something a little bit more granular, which is, what are the tenets of a strong CV? And my caveat to this portion is, we're not gonna tell you what the best font size is, what the best format is. Should you be working on this on Canva or Google Docs or at the end of the day, what matters the most is what you write on it. And the best way to start is to ask yourself questions. Next slide, please. And basically, the questions that you want to ask yourself when you want to start is, how can I clearly demonstrate my ability to deliver? How do I stand out to the person next to me? And what does the employer need? And how do I meet these needs? Too often we start with a laundry list of all the things that we've done, and we try to organize it into into this document, not knowing that there is an art and a science doing that. So if we move on to the next slide, this is just a teaser into the key principles of how we write an effective CV. We'll deep dive into these one by one, but ultimately, what I want to take away from these 4 key principles is you have to tailor your CV or your resume for whatever opportunity you're applying for. That's the first thing. So it's so easy for us to have one generic CV that is, again, as I've mentioned, just a laundry list of everything that we've done, almost, something that we sort of write in a rush because we realized we needed it. But this takes time. And usually when you start your CV, as much as possible, and especially if you have a role in mind, as much as possible, try to have the JD of the role open as well. So you're cognizant that you're writing what is relevant to that role. A second key principle that I want to highlight here is talk about your measurable achievements. I'll show some examples of this later. But what this basically means is when you talk about things like leadership, for instance, or you were able to do something successfully in your organization, how do you measure that, or how do you capture that in quantitative terms, or how do you tell that story in a way that says, because of what I've done, let's say, for example, I led an event, I mounted a virtual event, for example, that had 2,000 participants and had X number of engagements on these and these channels. And because of that, we were able to convert these engagements into new and future partners and partnerships. That in itself is such a strong template or cadence of writing your achievements, as opposed to saying you just led an event. There's something about measuring what you were able to achieve that tells the person, this person does actually deliver. And this is the proof. Concentrate on the essentials. I'll emphasize this later on as well. I think for all of us who are probably starting out this document first, we tend to brainwrite all our achievements, and then we think, I think this is relevant. I won the spelling bee, 2 years ago. I was part of this, I was part of this pageant, or I did this. All of those things are important in their appropriate place and space. More often than not, these are just noise to a recruiter or to a hiring manager, because the question is, do those things demonstrate that this person can be a reliable employee? So be clear, concise, and authentic. Okay, well, and then of course, make sure to proofread your resume. So we'll move on to the next slide, which is how to write a winning CV. Again, another caveat. There is not one best template or format to do this. there are certain thoughts or opinions out there which is better. Again, I would approach this from a case to case basis, meaning for instance, in some industries they tend to pay more attention to the layout, especially if you're more creative. If you're entering into a graphic design type industry, I think there's more space for you to be more experimental or creative or even colorful with your CVs. And maybe those are the CVs that you want to start working on Canva. And especially if part of what they're looking for in the designation is the ability to produce graphics. In the social impact sector, especially in the larger organizations like the UN, ADB, we tend to be a little bit more formal and rigid in the way that we craft our CVs, because at the end of the day, what they look for, are very specific keywords related to the terms of reference, related to the job descriptions, all of these things. I think the same is true for banks. If you aspire, for instance, for a management trainee position in your banks. Sorry, I need to contextualize. This is a regional conference. In your financial sort of sector, I think they tend to be a little bit more formal as well. And again, this varies from organization to organization. But I think the key principle here is, is it clear? Does every element of your CV contribute to emphasizing your abilities as a applicant? So we'll move on to the next slide. There are a couple of like general and these are the things that you cannot do away with, obviously, when you write your CV, your name and contact details. I would typically, when people would consult me about their CVs, I would leave out your home address unless it's absolutely necessary. But typically, I would just leave your name, the email address, preferably something that's formal looking, like your first name dot your last name. If you have a different email address for your Discord or for other things, that's where that belongs. But if you're applying for a job, typically you want something that's easily identifiable. Maybe a phone number that has the international area code, especially now. Sometimes recruiters will call you on the phone number that you provided. And then what I would typically do is I would add a link to my LinkedIn, because recruiters tend to look at PDFs now. They rarely print. So if that's something that's easily accessible within the top of my CV that they can click and cross-reference, I would put that as well. Career objective or your professional summary, we'll delve into that later. Education, work experience, skills and achievements, and professional certifications. So these are I would say these are the headlines that constitute sort of the anatomy of a strong CV. Speaking of strong, the first and most important thing is what the recruiters see at the very top, which is your professional summary. And more often than not, a lot of CVs I've seen in the past tend to talk about this, or tend to spend a lot of the space or dedicate this to more aspirational things, such as I want to work for Google, or I'm looking for this, I'm looking for and all of those things are valid and helpful, especially for some of us who are still starting out. But again, this is not, the recruiter is looking for you at the end of the day. So they'd be more interested in looking at, what is the key summary of everything that you've done in 3 to 4 sentences. So, one example of that would be, for instance, in my CV, the first 3 sentences in my CV talks about how I have 8 years of experience in development, in communications, and in youth engagement. For most of our folks who are watching, who are all students, I would use how much time you've spent in collectively in all the organizations that you've been a part of. So, for example, if you're a management student and you were a part of several management associations, those can be considered as professional affiliations. And if especially you had a role, or you held certain positions in those organizations, or led certain projects or initiatives, you can use that as a way of demonstrating, hey, these are the things that I've done, even as a as a student leader or a part of this organization or a volunteer. You can say, even if I'm, let's say, 18, 19, 20, but you've been co-curricularly active even before that, you can say, oh, you've had 3 to 4 years of experience in student organizations, mobilizing student groups, or creating certain campaigns around whatever it is, or creating let's say case study groups for those who are in MBAs or uh, in business courses, whatever it is that you're able to take stock of and summarize at the top of your CV. That's something that is helpful. And you can even use the guide that I've mentioned here below. Ask yourself, what do you do best? Or what are 2 to 3 skills that you're good at? Are you, over the course of your education, have you honed more quantitative skills? Are you a researcher? Have you done a lot of creative writing? As part of, for example, I know a lot of school events have really amped up the way that they engage socially. So let's say, for example, when it's Rec Week, or it's FORSEM, right? Like when it's like the freshman orientation week, usually there are student volunteers that are assigned specific roles. For example, you'll be the one who blast us out to social media. You create the profile picture template. You create all of these things. That in and of itself is proof that you're able to create a communication strategy, that you're able to mount a communications campaign, that you understand what engagement is. So these are the things that, if you really think about all the things that you've done, even on the side as a student, you can use those as skills. If you've done, if you've managed a community or a page, if you've done copy, in your student organizations, write that down in the skills that you have and know. And then, of course, the attached achievements to that. So like I mentioned, when you did, for instance, when you did your freshman orientation suite and you were the project head for that, for example, what were the achievements? Was there a increase? Did the incoming batch indicate that they were satisfied with the way that the way that the event was run? Did they feel like they were able to be oriented, be welcomed to the university in the best way possible? These are the achievements that you can include as well in this summary. And of course, how do all these achievements add value to the organizations? So let me give an example. I think we've got 2 examples of good career objectives. One is, some career objectives can sort of sound like this: I don't have much professional experience, or I don't have work experience yet. I'm still a student, but as a graduate of this university, I know I'm ready for a challenging position in PR, digital marketing team. Everyone can be ready for a challenging position in the PR or digital marketing team. But what's the proof that you can actually deliver? So here's one example. I am a UP graduate in journalism and social communication, seeking to leverage 2 years of internship, freelancing, or even volunteering experience to help, this team maximize marketing output. The way that you were able to do this in the past is you produced engaging online content and press releases. You can even add here how many press releases you released over the course of your engagement as a journalism student, and how many people actually, opened. It really is up to you what metric to use for my university and local social enterprise. So see, this is the career objective of a student. And yet, if I were a recruiter and I saw this at the top of their CV, I can say, wow, this person knows how to do XYZ. And with enough training, if we invest in their learning curve, they can definitely be an asset to my team. I think we'll be moving quickly into a short activity that will get all of us started in terms of building this career objective. So I'm going to pass this on to Anas, who's going to introduce a very interesting tool and useful tool for all of us. Go for it.
Thank you. Thanks, Glo. I hope you guys have been paying attention because this is essentially what's going to make a difference in terms of whether you're going to be considered for a job, right? Not everything, of course, but it's a very important aspect of your CV, particularly the career objective being at the top of your CV, and often, more often than not, a recruiter would start from there, right? And within the 7 seconds, and remember that. So we're going to spend about 7 minutes now building your brand, right? We're talking about brand earlier. So we're going to try to convert your brand or create your brand through the career objectives. So everyone will get to have the first version of their own career objective, right? So today you're also very lucky because you're amongst one of the first groups to get to use our new CV building tools as well. And the template that you see will be the template that is quite standardized, particularly sector approved, and is a version that is preferred amongst recruiters in the social impact sector. And in the future, we'll be also adding multiple templates, but for now, you'll have a very standard template to work on. So I'm going to first explain how it works, and then we'll give you about 5 to 7 minutes to try your best, right? This is your focus time. Try your best to craft your own CVs, right? So remembering what Glo was saying earlier, what to highlight, in this personal statement, but often we call it career objectives, right? Because we want to communicate our career objectives, right? Especially as an entry-level professional. So I would, I guess now you can try to log in, right? Go to your web browser and type in devcurate.co/CV. Somebody could type in the chat as well. That would be easier for our audience. But otherwise, go to www.devcurate.co/CV. And I'm going to walk you through how it's going to work, right? So let me switch my screen. So you're going to be landing this, this page, and you can tap, you can click anywhere. And the moment you click, you can quickly access it. This step is just to make sure that you are you, no one else, right? So you can log in quickly using your Facebook, your LinkedIn, or Gmail. That's probably quicker than using a regular email, but you can try that as well. So for example, I go to I use Facebook. So then I'm gonna be led to this page, right? So what we're going to focus on is this part, career objectives. You'll see that there are many of these steps, and you can try to spend time completing them later on. For now, for the purpose of this exercise, we want you to be able to craft or have a first draft of your career objectives, right? Just want to add that if you, in some login versions, you might come across these steps. What you have to do is simply click next, 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 and then until you see this and you click I'm ready, right? So the moment you click I'm ready, you'll be presented to with this page. So if you are, so we're going to give you about 5 minutes now to try to craft your career objective, right? And if you want additional help, you can click here. If you're not too sure where to start, you can look at this, examples here, right? You can start with your designation or job title, your objective, right? You're looking to enter this sector, this type of organization, bringing your volunteer experience, or I don't know what, 1 year of experience if you have, right? Of what skills you have. So you can highlight your skills here. You can add a bit of achievement, as Glo mentioned, right? So try to craft your own career objectives. We'll give you 5 minutes. And after that, we would like to have 1 or 2 persons just to come off the camera and share, or even in chat, right? If you're more comfortable. So go to the website and log in. And once you get here, go ahead. I will try to go back to some of the things here that you can include as well. So you could have it as a reference. All right, so the time starts now. We'll see you back in 5 minutes. in the meantime, if you have any questions, also feel free to type in the chat for further clarification. Yeah.
Yep, happy to answer as well. While we're doing this.
So why, so why, so why, so why, so why. La ilaha illa Muhammad Rasulullah kone bina kumasa. Debe sara la muzohula, dununya muzohula, kula mogelema. Ibe kono ta segenna, kidemolo segenna, kika no la mo abada. Kataga la mola, ibo di la mola, kika no to no dum abada. Sa so what, so what, so what, so what, so what. Johnny la modenye, neni do ni la modenye. Johnny la modenye, fanta bata la modenye. Na umanya nema, kala monya ponye ne duma la mo korodo. Johnny la modenye, neni do ni la modenye. Iwolo tenni bi bolo, ikana di katala mola. Ide muzomani bi bolo, ikana di katala mola. Denje mani mi bolo, ikana di katala mola. Ovena ni duzukasiye, ovena ni sonjae sa so 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 ayade unyelaje ayade unyelaje ayade unyelaje ayade unyelaje solo atala ayade unyelaje ayade unyelaje ayade unyelaje niko kosa solo atala ayade unyelaje ayade unyelaje niko kosa solo atala
All right, guys. So give you 1 minute more, 1.5 minute, and then we'll get back. Do not worry if you're not done or you think you'll need more time. You can always go back and finish the section later on, right? But this is going to be a critical section for you. There are two approaches, right? Some people prefer to leave this as a last part and then complete it, but I think for people in your position, for entry level, it would be great to try to craft what you think is the best representation of yourself, right? It's going to be your brand, it's going to be your product, and whether or not your hiring manager in the future will buy your product depends on how relevant, how attractive, how tailored to the job. And we will be discussing about these other key principles after this part in a second. All right. If anyone has already completed the career objective, feel free to share in the chat box as well, guys. Or if you want to read it out, you can come off camera. For those who are on Zoom, for those who are joining live on Facebook, also feel free to share in the comments as well if you do not mind. All right. We'll give a few more seconds. If anyone would like to share, please go ahead. You can copy paste from what you wrote earlier. All right. Does anyone want to share their career objective? Someone raise their hand. Let me see. Please feel free to unmute yourself and then speak as well. Anyone? All right. Leonard, do you have, you wanted to say something?
Oh no, sorry, I accidentally unmuted myself.
No worries. Well, I guess we're still deep into formulating our career objectives, so that's only understandable. Like I said, feel free to chat in the chat as we move along with the next part of our workshop, and spend some time to complete your CV, and you can download that CV template and you can use it readily. Anytime you can come back and update it. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll hand the floor back to Glo to touch on other key principles that we should be looking at.
Thanks, Anas. I would encourage you all to take a lot of time to take stock of that, or at least to focus on that part. So if it's something that you weren't able to whip up together in in the time that we gave, that's okay. But yeah, just put it all there, and then hopefully this helps guide or refine how you're going to write that out. So the next key principle I wanted to share is, of course, after you've given some thought and you've written out your professional summary at the top, then comes the time for you to start writing out the list of experiences that you have. So and this is where this is where a lot of people tend to sort of make this a list or turn it into a list. There is a in the CV writing space, we call it death by bullet points, just because it doesn't contribute to the story that you're trying to tell. But basically, what you want to do is you want to put at the very front the most relevant thing that you want the recruiters want to see after your professional summary. So I guess for students, typically that would be your education, because that's the phase in life that you're in. That's the most recent life milestone that you're a part of. So that usually comes after the professional summary. So your education. I typically get questions around, should I put my grade point average, or Latin honors? I think of it this way, in terms of what is more universally intuitive, which means a lot of people understand what Latin honors are. So if you have that, you can feel free to put it, especially because that that's a good addition to your academic abilities or achievements. For grades, the tendency is the weights or the way that it's measured is different across different institutions. So sometimes let's say for example, what is a high score for this school tends to be sort of the last score, a failing score for another school. So it's not the easiest or most intuitive piece of information for a recruiter to process. So between a Latin honor and a GPA, I would stick to putting a Latin honor if that's relevant to you, if you have that. And then afterwards, start building up the parts where you start talking about your experience. Now, again, tailoring this for you folks, who are mostly students. I know this part feels like what like you're pulling sort of things from thin air. And when you look at a CV example, when you look at templates or examples, you'll say, what this template is, this CV has it written out like a work experience. So my encouragement is, or advice rather, is to write out all the volunteer experiences, all the org experiences that you have, and treat it as if it was a work experience. So for example, don't just say volunteer experiences. Say, for example, if in a business administration org, usually have these associations, right? If you had a role there, treat your role there as though it was your job from a previous company. Of course, if it was your current role, or if you're, for example, if you're part of a sorority or fraternity, or these kinds of academic groups that when you're a part of, typically you have certain activities that you contribute to. What was your role there? What were the things that you did? Did you help? Did you help again mount an event? Did you help fundraise? Were you VP of public relations? What I really love about how school organizations organize themselves is they really treat it like it's a corporation. It's a company. So you have all these roles. You have all these these designations that I personally believe would be a strong example, or not just a placeholder even, but a strong example to use in lieu of your work experience. So write that out. If you were part of the student council, and if you've done this over the years, you've had several engagements, several orgs. Write it out chronologically, and this is basically the key point of the slide. Order it from reverse chronological. Actually means your most recent, the last engagement that you've done, maybe in your senior year. You were president of of the debate society, for example, or the theater club, or whatever it was you were a part of. Put that at the very top, obviously, and then you work your way down to your earliest experience or activities. So that's really the point of this. And then if you go to the next slide, Anas, you can see just some ways to think about this. There are different ways to order this. Obviously, when you've worked a little bit, your work experience bumps up to the top. So when you've had a little more than 3 years of experience, you move your education and your professional certificates further down, and then you start leading with your work experience, which include your internships and your volunteer experience. Okay, and then so that's the key idea under order strategically. Tell a story that is chronological. Start with the last role that you held in whatever organization, and then work your way to your earliest. And then the next one is be selective. The key thing to remember here is that, as I've mentioned earlier, not everything needs to be in your CV. What most people with years of experience do is they have different CVs for different roles. So they have a generic CV, but what they do is, for instance, I am eyeing a management trainee role, for example. What from my CV can I pick and choose that is relevant to a management trainee role in, let's say, in this corporation, in this organization? So I will cherry pick what these competencies are, what experiences I have are relevant to a management trainee role. Or in some cases, I have a communication CV, which I actually do. I have a development CV, I have a comm CV, I have an events management CV, I have a knowledge management CV. And these basically what this says is, hey recruiter, these are the different things that I can do. I don't want to bombard you with all this information. I want you to know the most relevant things about what I can do that is what you're looking for in this role. So be selective. Next slide, please. And this one is my favorite among all the principles because, again, too often when we start writing out the more detailed parts of our CV, which, maybe the responsibilities that you had in your time in your org, for example, responsible for, let's say, for example, your org treasurer, what you did was you managed the budget. Sometimes you'll put manage the budget of this org, and then you end it there. that's that's nice to know, but it doesn't really tell me, how you're able to add value by managing the budget. What are the things that you've done, for example, as a treasurer that, let's say, improve the way your org managed your finances? Did you create a system or did you create the financial tracking system of the organization that made it more transparent, for you to see how your org budget is doing? Or were you part of a fundraiser, for example, or did you participate in some form of business development? And how did that add to the growth of your org, essentially? So and this is where my point around measuring your accomplishments come into play. So if you go to the next slide, you'll notice I have a roster of power words. So you'll see a lot of these words come at the front of many of the bullet points that you put underneath. For example, chaired a Model United Nations event. That's good. It tells me that you know how to chair, but it doesn't tell me that by you doing that, you were able to accomplish something. How many participants were you able to recruit? How many, were you able to train chairs underneath you or co-chairs, or were you able to facilitate these trainings? And how many people were you able to train, and how many of them were able to advance to becoming, to become promoted in that respect? I think in debate, how many competitions did you win as the president of your debate club, for example? Achieved, what did you achieve? And the more specific, the better. So typically, as a rule of thumb, I would avoid using words like several, some, various. So you see that a lot, like partnered with various corporate stakeholders to get sponsorships. Talk about how many partners you had. Was it 3 corporate sponsorship? Are they large multinational corporations? That adds a lot of texture and flavor to what you're able to accomplish, and not just say that, oh, I did this. I was able to measure my accomplishment by these and these metrics. I'll show you one really strong example of a CV that does this. Next slide. So this is an example of very specific outcomes that have resulted from the activities. So if you'll notice under this, for example, founder life cycles, which is a voluntary endeavor. So this person mobilized over 80 volunteers, that's specific, dedicated to bring bicycles as frontliners as transport solution. This person solved the problem during enhanced community quarantine in the Greater Manila area. So what this tells me is, wow, this person can run a whole volunteer operation of 80 people. One thing I like here is raised, 60,000 USD through donations and corporate sponsorships for the procurement of complete bicycle sets. This is actually Zaskatia's. I don't know if you've encountered her in sort of the transport space, but this is one example of very clear metrics when it comes to your accomplishments. If you look further down, there are also ways of writing this that is not necessarily too quantitative. So for example, what if I can't measure my achievements? So one example is here, again, also in a volunteer capacity for this organization called Alt Mobility, Keisha championed active transportation through workshops, cycling culture, cycling infrastructure, and institutionalizing active transport into local government plans. That's qualitative, but it tells you of her ability to lobby for these certain areas, like active transport, to the stakeholders that are able to make decisions about it. So think about all the things that you've done in the past, and what are the measurable, how do you capture that in numbers, and how do you make the numbers speak on your behalf and your ability to deliver? And then the next one, tailor fit. Again, what I was mentioning earlier, look at the JD that you're aiming to achieve, or that you're aiming to submit an application for, and then see almost side by side, how your CV fares next to it. Nowadays, a lot of large organizations tend to implement an AI type of screening process, which is your CV goes through a word match screening, where they take the job description or the role, and then a computer, obviously it's not going to make any value judgment. It doesn't necessarily read your CV, but what it'll do is it'll see how many instances of the words that they're looking for. So for example, communications. If you'll notice in the job description, they'll say a lot of competencies like digital, graphic, copy, SEO, search engine optimization, all of these things. And these are the crucial things that the computer or the AI screener is going to look for, the different CVs that come through it, and that just cuts the screening process in half. But it also means the chances of those who don't have those words or who don't have those specific keywords are much less, have a lesser chance of getting to an actual recruiter after they've gone through a computer screening process. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that you check your CV checks out, that first sift. And the best way to do that is look at the job description, look at what are the recurring words, what are the nomenclature of the role. One very good example also is, for example, in ADB, we tend to call NGOs or community-based organizations as civil society. So you could be a person that has a lot of NGO experience, and if you keep saying NGOs on your CV, and yet the typically what we use is civil society, that may tend to score lower, even if in actuality you have a lot of the experience that they're looking for. So read the job description well, see how you're able to accurately match that with your own expertise, and then make the submission, tailor fit. And then the last part, align online. A lot of recruiters nowadays, they do search you up online. I mean, for me as a hiring manager, as a recruiter, as well, when I look for a person and I see them I see their CV, I would triangulate that on LinkedIn. I would see if there's anything else, about this person for instance, that has this person spoken in different spaces. Do they appear in other platforms, just to validate. So that's so important, because if you're going to make a claim on your CV, make sure if it's something that you can back up online, either through your LinkedIn, or let's say, for example, if you say you have a portfolio, where can you find that portfolio? Make sure that that's hyperlinked into your CV. And yeah, just make sure that when a recruiter sees your CV, it's not so different from what they see when they open up your LinkedIn. That's the key principle of this slide. So in summary, yeah, that's my LinkedIn. For those of you who are wondering. So in summary, for all of us, are going to take a breath and just again take in these 6 key lenses or principles when you start cracking at your CV. Open strong, continue the work that you were doing earlier, either on the DevCurate website or on your current CV. Order strategically the chronological, logical story that's with a clear flow. Don't jump dates. Be selective. Only leave in what's important. Leave out the fluff. Did versus doing. Show tangible, measurable accomplishments. Tailor fit. Demonstrate your culture and capacity alignment with the organization. Align online. Make sure your CV profile reflects your online persona. And yeah, so those are the 6 key principles I would have in your pocket when you start writing your CV. And just a couple of, I think Anas will take us home with a couple of just do's and don'ts, very practically, that we tend to sort of forget as we're writing this out.
All right, guys. So for interest of time, I would just be very brief here. A few points that it's we see all the time, right? That's why we added into this workshop, just to make sure that you avoid making the same mistakes that most people have made in the past. Asking your friends to help with the spelling, grammar would speak a lot about who you are as well. No specific career objective, you already addressed that just now. Go back, right, and work towards this and trying to refine. It's not just writing 3 or 4 sentences, it's about writing about you, right? This is the brand position that you want to present yourself. This one, we already talked about this as well. Look at tailoring, trying to tailor as many. You may think that I don't have to tailor for every position, but a better approach is whatever position you're applying for, right? Like Glo said, put a JD on one side and try to mirror it. Mirror in terms of the skills that are relevant, and mirrors in terms of keywords, so that you don't get eliminated by the machine, right? So tailor to the job. Too long isn't good. Again, we use CV and resume interchangeably in this workshop, but safe to say that most recruiters this day and age prefer something shorter. Remember, 7 seconds, right? That's how long you have for your short. So be strategic about the length, without all these unnecessary parts, of course. Too many colors, too many fonts, too many images, particularly in the social impact sector, we don't typically include our headshots, right? Or other sensitive information. Again, the template you saw just now is pretty monotone, so that's pretty standard practice. Can stick with that, particularly for a more traditional and the social impact sector format. If you use a template, you don't have to worry about it. Glo already flash out on that, right? Don't say what you do, say, also include the impact of what you did. Using cliches, right? Like if it doesn't mean anything, avoid using it, right? Unless you can back up with some sort of evidence. Right, so putting in correct information is also bad. Now, the last thing is like, of all these tips, right? What do we do next? What's next for you? For those who are entering into the to labor force, right? I think what's important for you to be doing is know your direction, right? What you want to be doing is seek out that clarity and trying to get more clarity about your career direction. From our first workshop, talking about what it's like to work within the social impact sectors, right? What are the things that employers are looking for? Think and try to reflect about these questions, and come back to the slides later. It's going to be live on Facebook as well for those who are on Zoom. So you can come back and make notes of those different tips. And these are practical tips. These are tips that we've consulted also with a number of HR experts within the field, right? So go back and try to address those questions. Start with your purpose, right? List all these core organizations, core competencies, core skills, and crunch it into your career objective. From there, you can flesh out the rest of the details, different parts of your CV. Continue with the template on DevCure website to have your perfect CV based on these, right? And the moment you're ready to apply for a job, right? Reality is that it's difficult as it is now, especially for you guys who have to work remotely, who probably won't be seeing your supervisors or your teammates for a little longer, right? Because of the COVID situation. So there's a need for you to really try to hone in and spend the right amount of time to work on this piece of document. But even if you apply, right, don't feel discouraged if you don't get accepted for the first time, for the second time, for the third time. It is a learning journey, right? It is really for you to figure out, to get exposed to these different job descriptions and read them and learn about the organization. I can tell you quickly in my case, right? Like if I saw I used to see some job description and it excites me so much. And I know that this is a good sign because I would do my best to try to tailor my CV and write cover letters, whatever else that are required of you, and try to be the best candidate in that case. But at the end of the day, I'm going to read out Michael Jordan's quote here. He said, "I've missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I've lost almost 300 games, 26 times. I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot and missed. I failed over and over and over again in my life, and that is why I succeed," right? So failure is part of the journey. Figuring out what you want to do is part of the journey. But if you, hopefully you can take some of this nuggets that we mentioned, we shared with you today, and informing your career direction better. So with that, yeah, just a reference on the template, and go back and complete it when you have the time. And yeah, with that, just like to thank you, our hosts, everyone who joined both on Zoom and Facebook Live, for your attention, for observing netiquettes, for observing the ground rules. And I do hope, Glo and I equally hope that you gain some insightful and practical tips that could help you better prepare for your career, right? And stay in touch with us if you can. Follow our Facebook page, join our community. If you already started your CV template, you're automatically already part of our talent network, right? So with DevCurate, you'll also be able to access careers within the social impact sector. Every day, if you go to your dashboard after you complete your CV, you'll see that we prepare jobs for you already. So it might not be relevant sometimes because of the experience gap and things like that, but at least I hope those recommendations would be helpful for you and help you expose to more careers within the sector, right? So then you get to appreciate, you get to learn, you get to prepare, how do I tackle this job description as you're presented with these type of documents in the future. I'll give the floor to Glo and see if you have any last words to leave off the session.
Our hope is this was helpful. And again, they're all up to you to implement and apply in your own specific industries, CVs, and future. So if there's anything that we were able to do today that helped make that a little bit easier for you, then we count that as a success. I'm not sure if we have time for questions. I'll defer to the hosts, but we're definitely happy to be here for you this afternoon.
Yeah, just one quick thing to add is that we are going to be publishing our top 5 CE writing tips by the end of the day. And so follow FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit page. You already like it. I'm sure you already follow it. So our colleague will be posting these tips. So hopefully that piece of document will be helpful for you. There's some more practical tips that you can look at in addition to this workshop. So with that, giving the floor back to our host.
Thank you for that, Sir Anyas. Okay, so we hope that the audience have learned a lot from the impressive workshops that have been prepared for all of you today. Thank you as well to our moderator, Leon. Of course, these would not have been possible without the workshop speakers, Sir Anas Ali and Ms. Glo Ann Guevara. With that, may we now present the awards for our great speakers to be given by our project director.
So the certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Ms. Glo Ann Guevara in grateful acknowledgement of their competence and expertise rendered as a speaker of Launch Day for the FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021, awarded on the 9th of September 2021 at De La Salle University, Manila, signed by Mr. Alan Soyla, DLS Muncom Advisor, Ms. Erica Arcelga, DLS Muncom President, Ms. Romjan Miller, Project Director, and Mr. Lance Chua, Project Director.
Okay, Ms. Glo, we will now take your picture with the certificate. Please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Now let us proceed. Certificate of Appreciation is hereby awarded to Mr. Anas Ali in grateful acknowledgement of their competence and expertise rendered as a speaker of Launch Day for the 4C ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021, awarded on the 9th of September 2021 at De La Salle University, Manila, signed by Mr. Alan Surla, Mooncom Advisor, Ms. Erica Arcega, Mooncom President, Ms. Romjan Miller, Project Director, and Mr. Lance Chua, Project Director. Congratulations to both of our esteemed speakers.
Okay, Mr. Anas, I will now take a picture of you. Please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Thank you so much, speakers.
Thank you as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joanne, can we have a group picture with every delegate here? Delegates?
Yes,
You
that's
may
for
turn on
sure.
your camera. Let's see your great fashion today. And let's see those happy faces as you enjoyed and went through the entire session for the lunch day. Get ready to smile.
Okay, so there's a total of 4 slides, so bear with me. Please smile in 3. For the first slide, please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Second slide. Please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Third slide. Please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. And last slide. Please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Thank you, delegates. Thank you, speakers.
So nice to see the faces last. Thank you. Thank you, host. Thank you, FORSEA colleagues.
And that ends our first day of 4C. Wow, Theo, time flew quickly with the things that we learned today, right?
It sure does. One of my favorite parts was when Mr. Anas and Miss Glow really discussed the realities of making a really effective CVs and the realities of basically how people screen CVs. One of the most interesting things I learned today was the AI screening or the computer screening for CVs regarding keywords. That really makes the screening process more efficient, but it also I realized that it can also have its own other implications. So we, as the youth who are about to enter the workforce, really have to adapt to that. And I was really enjoying also Miss Sir Anas's, you know, uh, Sir Anas's company of Dev Curate, where they have a CV builder and everything. That really makes things more efficient for all of us youth participants. And I can't thank him enough for being here, as well as to Miss Glow for really being able to share her many years of experience. It has been amazing. Thank you so much to our esteemed speakers, and I cannot wait for the events that will happen tomorrow.
I agree with you there, Theo. So, as we end today's event, let us all prepare together for the closing prayer to be led by Dean Bartolome.
Let us remember that we are in the presence of our divine maker, in the name of the Father and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, we thank you for the chance to gather as one ASEAN community. As we face the challenges of today, may we be reminded that we can be stronger if we act collectively and if we maximize our resources to help one another. You showed us that in our own ways, we can contribute to paving the road towards a better future for all. Grant us the strength to continue down the right path and to discern which actions to take. Please bless us as we carry through to the next phase of our event tomorrow. Our Lasallian prayer: I will continue, O my God, to do all my actions for the love of you. Saint John Baptist de la Salle, pray for us. Live Jesus in our hearts forever.
Thank you for that, Dean. What a way to close today's launch. Before we go, here are a few reminders. So don't forget to sign the exit form to secure your certificates. The links for the exit forms are also in the chat, but they are also displayed on screen. There's also a QR code on the bottom left corner, so please make sure to access your exit forms. Thank you. Once again, this has been Theo.
And this has been Rush, and we hope to see you all tomorrow, delegates.
Goodbye, and I hope you are all excited to advance your careers tomorrow.
FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 features Workforce Singapore. FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 would like to thank the following sponsors. Our co-presenter, Deloitte. Make an impact that matters. Super Cheeto and Dev Curate, our major sponsors. Launch Garage Innovation Hub, startup acceleration by founders for founders. Philippine Digital Asset Exchange Incorporated. Garma Farm Incorporated, keeping it natural. CodeGo. Ahead Learning Systems Incorporated. Thrive Project, measuring what matters most. Global Millennial Group, be borderless. And Dream Action, integrated AI-powered human capital solutions for predictive self-assessments and recruitment solutions. Our diamond sponsor, Workbank. Let's invest in you. Our platinum sponsors, Coronia and Morning Clothing. Our emerald sponsor, Gardenia. Zalora Philippines. And Salties, your printing partner since 2011. This event is also powered by Keen Studios and brought to you by Wicked Candles. We would also like to thank our media sponsors, Business World's Sparko, U.ph, Tech Kuya, and Astig.ph. FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 would also not be possible with our partners. Our Ruby partner, European Studies Association. Our gold partners, CPU College of Arts and Science Provincial Council, Qualified.ph, Filipinos Career Accelerator, Sanbeta Junior Marketing Association. Bida Juan PH, UNSW ASEAN Society, Transcend. Inglicom, Lasallian Youth Orchestra, Management of Financial Institutions Association. Student Catholic Action, DLSU, Online SDG Youth Action Forum, DLSU Curao, Humanitarian Legal Assistance Foundation, and DLSU Office of Career and Counseling Services. Our silver partners, Bicol University Order of the Blue Feather Society, Model United Nations UPD Lamang, Bicol University United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization Club, Kilos Co-Youth, Ateneo Project for Asian and International Relations, and Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers de La Salle University, Dasmariñas Student Chapter. Our bronze partners, DLSU IS History Club, UST Industrial Engineering Circle, Animo Model United Nation, De La Salle University, Dasmariñas College of Engineering, Architecture and Technology Student Government, and FAST 2020. UPLB College of Arts and Science Student Council, UP Business Management Society, De La Salle University Dasmariñas College of Liberal Arts and Communication Student Government, University of Asia and Pacific Local, UPLB College of Arts and Science Freshman Council. Paglikha Project, the Ateneo Assembly, Charisma Movement, Polytechnic University of the Philippines International Studies Executive Consortium, Kabataang Voluntario, and Physics Society Adamson University.
Global Millennial Group hadir untuk membantu kalian. Membantu kalian yang merasa bahwa sekolah, kuliah, pendidikan formal nggak pernah cukup bagi kalian. Kami menyediakan platform-platform di mana kalian bisa bertemu dengan orang-orang yang sama, konferensi, summit, competition, kelas-kelas soft skill, dan lain sebagainya. We are a one-stop soft development solution. Contohnya Global Millennial MUN. Di sana kalian bisa belajar negosiasi, diplomasi, bertemu dari orang dari seluruh penjuru dunia. Wonder Voices, kalau kalian ingin fokus untuk memperkuat public speaking kalian. Indonesian SDG Summit, ketika kalian diminta untuk melihat dunia lebih dalam bahwa kita sedang tidak baik-baik saja dan memberikan solusi kalian. Atau di Global Indonesia, ketika kalian ingin menggebrak batas diri kalian dan menjadi pemuda yang go internasional.
I'm Arshia Kalicha and I have been a student of Wonder Voice Speech School.
Hi, this is Maika Arora.
Hello everyone, my name is Jocelyn and I participated in the GMMUN.
I'm Nika Villanueva, a country ambassador of Global Millennial League for the Philippines.
Hi everyone, my name is Nidafar. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Tajikistan.
I'm not gonna lie to you, my experience at Wonder Voice has been one of the best experiences of my life.
I found some really great connections here. I got the chance to lead a global team and conduct events internationally.
And from that previous conference I joined, I gained so many friends. They were all funny and nice, and it also helps my public speaking skills.
It is a journey combined of challenges and experiences that will make you put a check off your bucket list.
During my internship, I gained a lot of valuable skills and experience. It was my greatest pleasure to work with high motivated Indonesian youth with diverse background and mindset.
Masih banyak lagi yang bisa kalian ikutin. Solusinya sudah ada. Sekarang pertanyaannya adalah diri kalian. Kalian tidak perlu untuk menunggu menjadi orang paling pintar, paling cerdas, paling hebat. Tidak. Zig Ziglar, seorang penulis Amerika, pernah berkata, "You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great." Kalianlah yang harus mulai and make yourself walk the rules.
This is the story of Dea. In a few months, she'll graduate and make a big decision, choosing a major. But which one? Should she be a graphic designer? An accountant? You know what? She decides to find out for sure what she really loves doing. Right, here we go. So, from her personality and interests, her dream job is to be a developer. Ah, that's right. That's where her passion really is. Now it's clear what she should study. Computer science. So, she sends her uni application, confident in her choice. This is Dea. In a few months, she'll graduate and make another big decision. Her first job ever. But where? Alright, let's find out which company is right for her. Okay, let's see. So, from her personality and working style, it's a match. This company is a perfect fit for her adventurous personality. Her psych profile is also fit for a developer, so she knows it's the right one for her. This is the story of Dea and her dream job, doing what she loves. Discover the right career for you with Dream Talent. Go to dreamtalent.id and discover your dream career.
Whether you're off to work, on the road, or out under the sun. Always have the confidence to be what you want. Play, work out, have fun. Because there's always a Caronia color to match every Filipino woman. So keep it fresh. Keep it vibrant. Keep it colorful. Celebrating 50 colorful years with Caronia.
Sustainability is important. We know that we need to be more sustainable socially, economically, and environmentally in order to create a thrivable future. But how do we know that we're doing a good job? What if we could measure sustainability?
At Thrive, we measure what matters most.
Meet Morris Fideli. He's the project lead for the non-profit organisation, the Thrive Project, and he's developed a software that can help measure sustainability.
The Thrive Project is a platform, or indeed a tool, for measuring the sustainability performance of organisations, the cities, or the whole of society.
This tool can be used by anyone. I'm talking us consumers to big government agencies.
Thrive is a practical tool. It's an online tool where you can actually, in quantitative terms, in what we call metrics, actually measure performance. So could be at a company level, it could be at a city, or indeed a country level. So measuring in actual numbers what's going on, as opposed to just relative terms. No one person, community, city or country is sustainable in an unsustainable world.
So what sort of sustainability can Thrive measure?
Everything, actually. We can look at things like social issues like gender equality, fair pay policy, child labour, these sort of type of issues. From the environmental side of it, things like pollution, energy use, toxicity of, for example, the waterways, and so forth, as well as the economic factors that we typically do measure.
The Thrive Project can help us change our actions to be more sustainable, and it's more important than ever right now to be sustainable.
We want to be sustainable because otherwise we'll become extinct. Very simple terms. That's it. We already have a situation where more than 100 species of animals become extinct every day, It's not necessarily common knowledge because they're not, there's millions of species, but we're on that path at the moment to become extinct if we don't actually change our ways.
It's time for us all, individually and collectively, locally and globally, to own up to our impacts on planet Earth and make changes for the better.
De La Salle University, through the De La Salle Model United Nations Community, presents FORSEA, ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 organized by De La Salle University's first International Central Committee, in partnership with Southeast Asia Global Affairs Network, co-hosted by ASEAN Youth Advocates Network.